"I knew it," Sara shouted, slapping Fawcett's desk. "I knew it the moment I saw it." "Would someone mind telling me what's going on?" Fawcett asked. "Why the sudden fascination with wine cellars?" "Because of what you said in the autopsy," Sara explained, pulling out the preliminary draft of Fawcett's report that she was keeping her notes on. "You said that Mr. Doniger had some tearing in the line of the brain, and that it might be caused by intense cold or freezing temperatures. Here's our intense cold. That's how they kept the body from smelling up the entire house, and that's how they made it look like he died days after the burglary. They stuffed him in the wine cellar and turned the cold on full blast. Originally, I'll bet they planned to just call an ambulance the next morning and say that her diabetic husband had died. But when Patty Harrison called in a burglary and Coslow got arrested, they had to improvise." "What about the stuff in his pockets?" Guff asked. "The golf ball and the diamond watch?" "My guess is Coslow was being greedy. He probably grabbed them on the way out, hoping no one would notice. Clearly, he didn't know he'd be arrested minutes later. Then, when the cop brought him back to the Donigers' house, the cop asked Claire if she'd been burglarized. She had no choice but to go along with the burglary story. At that point, it was better than saying Coslow was over there to kill her husband." "It's certainly possible," Fawcett said. "A few years ago, there was a man who tried something similar with his dead wife. As I remember it, he put her in a meat freezer until his stepchildren left for vacation." "See? That's why I love New York," Guff said proudly. "People are so conscientious." To make sure that he always had an easy excuse to return home, Jared left most of his belongings in his apartment. Once a week, he would come home to pick up an extra suit, a few more ties, or whatever else he could come up with so he could take a look around, and most important, see his wife. After their last fight, Jared was determined to stay away, but Rafferty's recent threat caused him to rethink his strategy. All he needed now was a little time in the apartment. To make sure that Sara wasn't suspicious, he called first. He said he'd be by at approximately 8 o'clock. Hoping to catch her asleep, he didn't arrive until midnight. As quietly as possible, he made his way to the bedroom. Slowly, he opened the door. "Where have you been?" Sara asked as soon as he entered. "You're 4 hours late." Jared didn't respond. He leaned his briefcase against his nightstand, then went straight to the bathroom. For the past 2.5 weeks, their conversations were becoming shorter and more sterilized, eroding to the point of near silence. Office news was clearly off limits, but now the tension had begun to extend to small talk as well. When Jared came out of the bathroom, Sara was under the covers, her back turned toward her husband. Suddenly, she heard Jared ask, "Were you going through my briefcase?" "What?" Sara asked, turning over. "Were you going through my briefcase?" Jared repeated, pointing to the floor. "When I went into the bathroom, it was standing up straight. Now it's face down on the rug." Laughing, Sara said, "I know this may surprise you, but there's this thing we call gravity." "Don't give me sarcasm," he shouted. "I'm serious." Caught unawares by his sudden hostility, Sara asked, "What's wrong with you?" "What do you think is wrong? I caught you." "You didn't catch anything," Sara shot back. "You're just pissed because you're finally realizing that you're going to lose this case." "Don't say that," he yelled. "I'm not going to lose." His eyes were blazing with a look Sara had never seen on his face before. Gone was his usual unclouded confidence. In its place was pure desperation. Trying to calm him down, she said, "Let's just call it a night and save the fighting for tomorrow." "I'm serious, Sara. I'm not going to lose." "I'm sure you won't." "Did you hear what I said? I'm not losing." "Jared, how do you want me to respond to that?" Sara asked. "You're right. You'll never lose?" "I just want you to take me seriously." Sara didn't reply. "Don't ignore me like that," Jared said. "Do you take me seriously or not?" "If you have to ask, the answer doesn't matter." "Well, I have to ask." So give me an answer." Turning away from her husband, Sara said, "Go fuck yourself." When Jared returned to Pop's apartment, it was almost 1 a.m. Still upset, he tried to keep his thoughts focused on the outcome of the upcoming motions. Even if only half of them went his way, he thought as he opened the door, he was still in good shape. Now, well accustomed to the smells of Pop's apartment, Jared didn't pay attention to the mustiness that had seemed to be suffocating him when he first arrived. He didn't even notice the pictures of Sara that used to taunt him every night. But as he walked into the apartment, he did notice the 1946 vintage electric fan that was, for some reason, now spinning. One of Pop's best old keepsakes, the powder blue Art Deco fan had been built by General Electric in the years before they made the metal blades childproof with an adequate protective cage. "And it still works," Pop used to brag whenever the subject came up. Watching the fan as it oscillated on the side table next to the couch, Jared knew something was wrong. When he had left this morning, the fan was turned off. And with the arrival of winter, only a lunatic would still be. "Guess who?" Kozlo asked as he bolted out of the hall closet. Just as Jared turned around, Kozlo jabbed Jared in the nose with the palm of his hand. "They were in the office today," Kozlo shouted as blood ran from Jared's nose. "They were in the office and then in the basement. How the hell did that happen?" Before Jared could answer, Kozlo gave him a knee to the stomach. "Come on, hotshot, explain that one to me." Doubled over in pain, Jared noticed a broom that had fallen out of the closet when Kozlo jumped out. All he had to do was grab it. But before he made a single move, Kozlo followed Jared's gaze and turned around. "You were going to use this against me?" Kozlo asked, picking up the broom. With a quick swing, he smashed Jared in the ribs. "Answer me!" He hit him again in the shoulder, then again in the ribs, then again in the shoulder. "Why aren't you answering me?" Kozlo screamed as Jared dropped to the floor. Standing behind his victim, Kozlo put the broom under Jared's neck and pulled tight. Choking for air, Jared fought wildly to wrench the broom from his neck. He dug his fingers against his throat, trying to get some leverage. It was no use, though. Kozlo wouldn't let go. Jared continued to gasp, and his face flushed red. With a sharp tug up, Kozlo forced Jared to his feet and pushed him forward. They approached the edge of the couch. On the nearby side table, the fan was still spinning. When Jared realized where Kozlo was heading, he went wild. In a roar of adrenaline, he planted his feet and pushed backwards, sending both himself and Kozlo crashing into a wall full of picture frames. Glass rained to the floor. The sudden fit of energy had clearly caught Kozlo by surprise, but within seconds it didn't seem to matter. Maintaining a firm grip on the broom and holding it taut against Jared's neck, Kozlo was once again in control. He shoved Jared toward the blades of the fan. Jared was squirming, and his hands grasped violently at every nearby object, anything to stop him from reaching the couch. He pulled over the lamp, kicked over the wooden coffee table, and pressed his feet against the sofa. But the more Jared fought, the harder Kozlo pushed. With one final heave, Kozlo threw Jared face down on the arm of the couch and pressed his knee into Jared's back. Kozlo picked up the fan and dropped it on the corner of the couch. Jared pulled his head back, his face only a few inches from the blades of the fan. Kozlo grabbed him by the hair and slowly pressed forward. "You promised us that you'd win," Kozlo said. "Isn't that what you said? That you'd definitely win?" "Later," Jared coughed. "The motions." "Fuck later. This is for now," Kozlo said, pushing Jared's face even closer. Jared turned his head to the side, buying himself the tiniest amount of space. Then Kozlo twisted him back so that Jared's chin faced forward. He was so close to the fan, he could smell the dust on the spinning blades. "Tell me when it hurts," Kozlo said. Only millimeters away from the fan, Jared gritted his teeth and shut his eyes. Kozlo smirked, and Jared screamed. The next morning, Conrad and Guff were standing outside the courtroom looking for Sara. "I can't believe she's late," Conrad said. "This is the second time." "Maybe something came up," Guff said. "What could possibly come up? What else is she working on?" "Her archery skills? Her tetherball game? How should I know?" Looking at his watch, Conrad realized it was time to go inside. As he pushed open the swinging door to the courtroom, he saw Jared and Kozlo sitting on a bench in the back. Jared had a 2-inch piece of gauze covering the end of his chin. Walking up to his opponent, Conrad said, "Nice to see you." "You too," Jared said flatly. "What happened to your face?" "None of your business." "Have it your way." "You seen your wife?" "No." "Why?" "Because I need to speak to her, and I'm not sure where she is." "You did fine without her last time," Kozlo said, laughing. "That's funny," Conrad said. "I hope you're laughing like that at your sentencing hearing. It's a great way to show everyone what a hump you are." "Okay, we get the picture," Jared said, standing up. "You're a real tough guy. Now get away from my client before I file harassment charges." Standing face to face with Jared, Conrad said, "I guess you have no idea how hard it is to prove harassment. And you must have no idea how hard it is to be on the receiving end of the suit. Even if you win, it'll consume 6 months of your life." Before Conrad could say another word, Sara came bursting through the door. Jared and Conrad looked at each other and fell silent. "What happened to your face?" Sara asked. "Nothing," Jared said. 5 minutes later, the court clerk called case number 031898, State of New York v. Anthony Kozlo. With his angular jaw and perfectly trimmed beard, Judge Bogdanos cut a handsome but intimidating figure. As a prosecutor almost 12 years ago, he had been well known for his zealous, almost irrational belief that anyone who was arrested was guilty of something. To defense attorneys, Bogdanos was biased. To prosecutors, he was a hero. "I'll keep this short and sweet," he said as the parties sat down. "On the defendant's motion for a continuance for further fact-finding, motion denied. On the defendant's motion to suppress the diamond watch, motion denied. On the defendant's motion to suppress the silver golf ball, motion denied. On the defendant's motion to suppress the testimony of Officer Michael McCabe, motion denied. On the defendant's motion to suppress the testimony of Patricia Harrison, motion denied. On the defendant's motion to suppress the testimony of the 911 operator, motion denied. On the defendant's motion denying probable cause, motion denied." And so it went. All 34 of Jared's motions were ruled on, all of them denied. When Bogdanos was finished reading his decisions, he looked up and said, "Mr. Lynch, while I admire your persistence, I want you to know that I don't enjoy having my time wasted. In life, there are rare moments when quantity is more important than quality, but believe me when I say that this is not one of them. Understand?" "Yes, Your Honor," Jared said, his eyes on the judge. "Perfect. Then let's set a trial date. If it's possible, I'd like to do it next Thursday." "That's fine with the people, Your Honor," Sara said. Although tempted to ask for a later date, Jared kept quiet. Forcing a grin, he said, "The defense will be ready, Your Honor." "Good," Bogdanos said. "I'll see you all then." With a quick flick of his wrist, he banged his gavel, and the clerk called the next case. "How'd it go?" Kathleen asked as Jared passed her desk. Without responding, Jared headed straight for his office and closed the door. In a minute, Kathleen followed. Expecting Jared to be at his desk, she was surprised to find him lying on the floor, his arms over his eyes. "Are you okay?" she asked. Jared was still silent. "Jared, answer me. Are you okay? What happened to your face?" "I'm fine," he whispered. "Where's Kozlo?" "I'm not sure. He left the moment we got out of the courthouse. Probably went to tell Rafferty that I blew it." "I guess that means the decisions didn't go your way." With his arms still covering his eyes, he added, "I should have seen it coming. Except for one or two of them, all of those motions were worthless. I was just hoping that we could catch a break. From Bogdanos? You know better than that. Shaking his head, Jared said, Kathleen, I'm in trouble. I don't think we have a chance. Don't say that. The trial hasn't even started yet. In fact, I'm serious, he interrupted. It's completely stacked against us. Jared, you're a defense attorney representing a guilty party. It's supposed to be stacked against you. She sat down next to her boss. It was stacked against you in the Wexler case, and you pulled it out. And the Riley case, and the Schuretz case. Those were different, he said. Those didn't have... They didn't have what? They didn't have your wife as the prosecutor? They didn't have the consequences of this case? Obviously, this case is bigger, but that doesn't mean we can't save her. Sarah's not unbeatable. She's a new recruit who got a few lucky breaks. Otherwise, you're still the self-assured boy wonder. You know I'm right, Jared. Head to head, you have the advantage. She's going to be okay. She will. So don't shut down just because things aren't going your way. Unconvinced, Jared continued to lie there, his arms still hiding his eyes. Come on, Kathleen demanded. Wake the hell up. You've been like this ever since Barrow died. Regain control. Isn't that what you're always telling the new associates? Take charge. Take control. Listen, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I'm not in the mood right now, Jared said. Please just leave me alone. I'll come around when I'm ready. I wouldn't wait too long, Kathleen said. The clock is ticking. Oh man, how fantastic was that? Guff asked when they returned to Sarah's office. I haven't seen such a slaughter since the dinosaurs encountered that cold spell. Extinct. Extinct, extinct, extinct. It wasn't that bad, Sarah said. Are you kidding me? Guff asked. Did you see Jared's face when Bogdanos announced the decisions? Denied, 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 denied. It started sounding like the synopsis of my dating history. If it's possible, it was worse than your dating history, Conrad said with a wide smile. That was a full-scale massacre. Carnage, butchery, bloodbath, annihilation. Maybe I should give him a call, Sarah said, reaching for the phone. Just to make sure He'll be fine, Conrad said. It's all part of the game. I'll tell you what, Guff said. Insane as it sounds, today's the kind of day that makes me want to be a lawyer. Milk it for all it's worth, Conrad said, because now comes the hard part. Now we have to put together a trial. At 9 o'clock that evening in Sarah's office, Conrad watched Sarah cross-examine Guff for the 7th time in the last 2 hours. So, Mr. Coslow, Sarah asked Guff, why don't you tell the court exactly how you murdered Mr. Doniger? No, 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 you're doing it again, Conrad interrupted before Guff could respond. Don't goad him, lead him. Lead him to where you want to go and hold on to him the moment you get there. I feel like I've heard that philosophy before, Sarah said. I think it was in the Gulag. It may seem extreme, but in life and in court, that's how you get what you want. Turning toward the sofa where Guff was seated, Conrad said, Mr. Coslow, you were in Arnold Doniger's house that night, weren't you? No, Guff began. And that's the only way to explain how you got Claire's watch and golf ball, isn't it? He looked back to Sarah. Make sure every question counts. The jury is looking to you for their clues, and in their eyes, every stutter is a lie. Getting up from the sofa, Guff said, speaking of which, I'd love to stay and get badgered some more, but I really have to run. Coward, Conrad said as Guff walked to the door. When Guff was gone, Sarah looked at Conrad. Next victim? Fair enough, Conrad said, taking Guff's old seat on the witness box sofa. But I'm warning you, I'm not going to be tame like Guff. My Coslow is far more ornery. Bring it on, Sara said as she moved into position in front of the sofa. She looked down at her legal pad, got into character, then faced Conrad. In a stern, commanding voice, she said, "So, Mr. Coslow, you were in Arnold Doniger's house that night, weren't you?" "Miss Tate, why do you keep asking me that?" Conrad moaned, sounding wounded and weak. "I already told the jury the answer. See, that's the problem with lawyers today. You never listen. You just try to ram your point home with no concern for the innocent souls you might be hurting." Caught off guard by Conrad's response, Sara said, "That's not fair. You can't make him sympathetic." "Really?" Conrad asked. "What do you think your husband's trying to do as we speak?" 2 hours later, Jared opened the door to his apartment. After Coslow's attack last night, he didn't want to stay at Pop's, and he was longing to see his wife. For the past 10 years, no matter what problems he'd encountered, no matter what pressures he'd faced, no matter what battles he'd fought, Sara had always been there for him. She was the first person he saw when he came out of his knee surgery, and she was the only person who said he did a good job when he lost his first case. For the past 3 weeks, Jared had found it easier to avoid her, but as he walked into the silent apartment, he knew that at this moment there was no one he'd rather see. He missed her laugh, and the way she made fun of his fashion sense, and the way she picked a fight when she disagreed with someone. "Sara?" he asked as he walked into the living room. "Are you here?" He went into the bedroom. "Sara? Honey, are you here?" Again, there was no answer. His wife was gone. "Please be okay," he whispered. For the past 3 weeks, Jared had been lonely. Tonight, he was alone. Standing in the quiet of their empty bedroom, he felt every bit of the difference. "One more time," Conrad demanded. "Start at the beginning." "What are you, a robot?" Sara asked, collapsing next to him on the sofa. "It's almost midnight. If you want it to be perfect, you have to put in the hours. Screw perfection. For mortal beings, there's no such thing. I bet Jared's shooting for perfection. I'm sure he is. That's the difference between us. He wants perfection, while I'm satisfied with doing it to the best of my ability." Pointing a finger at Conrad, she added, "And stop trying to use him against me. I don't like it, and it won't work." "It's worked up until now," Conrad said. "Well, stop it. It's annoying." As he leaned back on the sofa, Conrad stared silently at Sara. Finally, he asked, "Have you always been so competitive with him?" "With Jared? Of course. Since the moment we met." "And how'd you guys meet again? As summer associates in a firm?" "No way. We have a much better story than that. I met Jared during our first year of law school." "Oh, God. Law school sweethearts. Is it possible to be more nauseating?" "I doubt it. In this case, we've achieved perfection." As Conrad shook his head, Sara added, "The first time I saw him, he raised his hand to answer a question in our contracts class. When he was done, the professor called his response imaginative but sophomorically implausible. He was so obviously devastated, I knew he had to be mine." "But that's not how you met, is it?" "Actually, we met during the first few weeks of school, but I didn't get to know him until we were randomly matched as partners for moot court." "I assume you hated each other." "Of course," Sara said. "He thought I was too pushy. I thought he was a wound-too-tight know-it-all." "So what finally brought you together?" "I'm not sure. I think it was that I liked the word penis and he had one." "I'm serious." "I know you are. You always are. But I'm not sure how to answer that. When I think about Jared, though, I know one thing. He's the person I aspire to be. Really. That's how I see him. And when we're together, He helps me be that person. Love has to be a compliment. It certainly does, Conrad said. What about you? You ever been in love? Of course I've been in love. I was even married for 3 years way back when. Huh, Sara said, looking at Conrad in a new light. I don't see you as the married type. Me neither. That's why I left. What was her name? Marta Pacheco. We met right after I got out of the Marines and were married a year later. When I wanted to come to New York, she wanted to stay near her family in California. Really, it was just the straw that killed an already overworked camel, but it was as good an excuse as any other to leave. We were way too young to hold it together. And now your love is the criminal justice system. How romantic. This city is a vicious lover, but there's no one finer, Conrad said with a laugh. Enough about my mistakes, though. I want to hear more about yours. Tell me why you got fired from your law firm. Still curious about that, aren't you? Who wouldn't be? You've been hiding it since the day we met. And I'm hiding it today as well. I'll grow up already. How embarrassing can it be? Quite embarrassing. Very, very embarrassing. Just tell me. I won't tell anyone. Sara was silent for a moment, then said, Here's the deal. I'll tell you why I got fired if you tell me some equally embarrassing fact about yourself. What is this, 4th grade? Now we're trading secrets? That's the deal. Take it or leave it. I'll take it, Conrad said. Now let's hear your story. Age before beauty, Daddy-o. You want to hear it, you go first. Your husband was right. You are pushy. Just tell the story. Fine, Conrad said. My story's easy. Have you ever heard of Plato's philosophy of the soul? Is this some sort of literary tale? Just listen, Conrad continued. Plato believed that at birth every soul received a unique demon or angel which defined that person's genius and destiny. In his view, on some level, we were all oaks in tiny acorns. When I was little, my mother was a firm believer in this, and without a doubt, she was convinced that I had the soul of an entertainer. You? Believe me, I reacted the same way. Naturally, though, my mother wasn't really interested in my own pubescent opinion. So when I was 15 years old, I was told that I had to get a part-time job to help supplement the family income. To maximize that venture and to complete my destiny, my mom got me a job as a magician's assistant. At little kids' birthday parties, he did the tricks and I did all the assisting. That's not embarrassing. It sounds like a dream job. That's what I thought. Until I saw my costume. For 4 years, I was forced to wear gobs of face paint, a rainbow wig, and giant shoes that... You were a clown? Sara laughed. That's me, the clown sidekick to Max Marcus, Cleveland's most overrated magician. I can't believe you were a clown, Sara laughed. Laugh all you want, but I was really good at it. I even had my own clown identity. Really? What did you do? Scare the little kids until they confessed? The two of you had sort of a good clown, bad clown thing going? I have to admit I was a little weak on the personality side. But I did pick out a name. From the day I started, I was known as Slappy Kincaid. Sara laughed out loud. Slappy Kincaid? What kind of name is that? It's a good name. In fact, for a clown, it's a great name. As Sara continued to laugh, Conrad said, So now you have my embarrassing fact. Time for yours. Why'd you get fired? Sara finally caught her breath. I'm warning you, it's not that big a deal. I mean, especially when you compare it to something like clown assistant. Just get on with it. Okay, here's how it goes. Last year, when I went for my annual review, William Quinn, the head of the executive committee, told me that I wasn't going to make a partner. Of course, the only reason I worked like a dog for the 2 years before was because of Quinn's reassurance that I was on the partner track. But things were obviously not working out as planned, and I was being asked to leave. However, since I'd put in a good 6 years of my life there, he said he'd let me stay on board for a whole 4 extra months if I needed to. How kind of him. Kindness is his middle name, Sara said. So anyway, I smiled, said thank you, and calmly left his office. By the time I got back to my own office, I was ready to smack Quinn in the head with a tire iron. And that's when I saw the lovely little email he'd sent me. According to the email, the 4 extra months we spoke about had one small condition. I couldn't tell any of the other associates in the firm that I was being fired. I had to say I was leaving by my own choice. Apparently, they were worried about what the younger associates would think if they knew that the firm promised partnerships but didn't follow through. So, in exchange for good morale, I was offered a better severance package. And the idiot sent it to you by email? He sure did, Sara sang. Needless to say, I kindly responded with my thoughts on the subject. I politely declined his offer and then, in my moment of blissful vindication, forwarded his letter and my response to the entire staff of Winnick and Trudeau. I must say, that was incredibly mature of you. I was angry and hungry for revenge. It was a perfect time to regress. Besides, after throwing away 6 years, I couldn't let him do the same thing to the other lawyers. They were my friends. If you want to fire me, that's one thing, but don't expect me to hide your dirty secret. Laughing, Conrad said, "So what did you do when Quinn found out?" What's to do? When he came storming into my office, I told him that I held him personally responsible for wasting 6 years of my life. He called me an unseasoned, shallow-minded waste of space. I called him a bloated and domineering boss tweed. After lunch, I came back, and all my stuff was conveniently packed up for me. Naturally, I didn't get the 4 extra months. Looking back, I guess it was a psycho move, but it really did seem like the best option at the time. And even if it is embarrassing, at least Sara, you have nothing to be embarrassed about. You should be proud of what you did. You think? Conrad was flattered by the tone of her question. You were looking out for your friends. That's what's important. A tiny grin lit her cheeks. I'm glad you see it like that. Of course, there are easier ways to protect them than by broadcasting your boss's private mail. Watch it, Slappy. Get on my bad side and I'll syndicate your memos, too. Vengeful pranksters are far more dangerous than lawyer clowns. But lawyer clowns are so much more fun. Don't flatter yourself, Sara said. You're not my type. And what is your type? Conrad asked. Let's see. I like astronaut clowns, doctor clowns, and political clowns, but I don't like lawyer clowns. Are you sure? Why do you ask? Sara asked coyly. Just answer the question. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure. Why? Before Sara could finish, Conrad leaned over, grabbed the back of her head, and gave her a long, deep kiss. Sara knew she should pull away. Instead, she just closed her eyes. Chapter 15. I can't do this, Sara said, pushing Conrad back after a couple of seconds. It's not right. What's not right? My kissing, or any of it, all of it. The whole thing, Sara said. Her hands were trembling as she got up from her seat on the sofa. She shouldn't have waited. She should have pulled away quicker. "I don't understand," he said. "I thought you—" "Conrad, I care a great deal about you, but I'm still married. And while I may be annoyed with Jared, that doesn't mean I should betray him." "But please don't say anything else," she stuttered. Searching for people to blame, she was coming up empty. "I admit, I liked it, but I shouldn't have done it." An awkward silence filled the room. Finally, Conrad said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you in that position. No, it's okay." She tried to sound as convinced as possible. "It's late. We've been working hard. We're both tired. You flirted with me and I flirted right back." "I know, but that still doesn't make it okay." "Nothing's going to make this one okay. Let's just call it a night." Conrad stood from his seat and headed for the door. "If you want, I drove in today. So if you need a ride home—" "Thanks," Sara said. Pausing a moment, she added, "Actually, maybe I should just take a cab." "Are you sure?" "Yeah," she said, her voice trailing off. As he was about to leave the office, Conrad turned around. "Sara, I really am sorry. And I know this may seem like a lame excuse, but for that one moment, it truly did seem like the right thing to do." "I know," Sara said, replaying the scene in her head. Being angry with Jared made it so easy. "That's what scares me." Standing in the bathroom, Jared leaned toward the mirror above the sink and carefully removed the gauze pad from his chin. He winced when he saw the oval gash that Coslow had left him. Although the bleeding had long since stopped, the cut was still extremely tender. Trying hard not to stare at it, Jared reached under the sink and took out some cotton balls and a bottle of hydrogen peroxide. "This one's going to hurt," he thought as he wet the cotton with the colorless antiseptic. Holding his breath, he lightly dabbed his chin. In the mirror, he could see the yellow-white pus that was just beginning to form around the edges. And while that signaled the first step of the healing process, Jared knew the pain was just beginning. It took Sara another half hour to realize she wasn't going to get any more work done. Conrad's kiss had shined the spotlight on something she'd never wanted to see, and regardless of how much she tried to focus her mind elsewhere, she couldn't stop thinking about every detail of the incident. As she hailed a cab, she kept asking herself the same question. How? How could she do it? She wanted to blame it on an external source. Anger, loneliness, frustration. But as her cab headed back uptown, past Carmine's and Ollie's and John's Pizzeria and every other restaurant that reminded her of her husband, Sara finally faced the hard truth about her late-night encounter. While it was happening, she'd enjoyed it. And the only person she could blame was herself. By the time she returned to her apartment, there was only one person Sara wanted to see. And when she entered her bedroom, she was surprised to find him on her bed. Fully dressed and lying on top on the covers, Jared was sound asleep. Sara kicked off her shoes just loud enough to wake him. "Sorry," Jared said, rubbing his eyes. "I called, but you weren't here. If it's okay, I was hoping I could sleep here tonight." Sara stared at her husband. On any other night, this would have been a fight. Tonight, though, she could only say, "Of course. Whatever you want." When he woke up the next morning, Jared considered not going into the office. He knew he had an imposing amount of work to do if he expected to be ready for trial, but he couldn't help but think that a relaxing mental health day might be the best way to recharge his batteries. When he turned over and saw that Sara had already left for work, however, he kicked off the covers and jumped out of bed. Regardless of how tired he was, regardless of how exhausted, he couldn't let her win. An hour later, Jared arrived at the office, briefcase in hand. As he rode the elevator to the 44th floor, he thought about running on the treadmill in the gym. That was always the best method for clearing his head. But once again, fear outweighed personal time, and anxiety outweighed relaxation. By the time Jared opened the door to his office, his mind was racing with trial strategies. "You're late," a voice said as Jared stepped inside. Jared jumped. It was Rafferty. "For a man who's behind on points, you're getting an awfully late start on the day," Rafferty said, leaning back in Jared's leather chair. "It's not even 8 yet." "Big deal. Sara got in by 7:15. Jared dropped his briefcase on his desk. "Is there anything else you want, or are you just here to threaten me after yesterday's debacle?" "I don't need to threaten you anymore, Jared. You understand the consequences." Rafferty then put his hand on a sealed envelope and slid it across Jared's desk. "I'm just here to show you what else is happening while you're so busy drowning." Jared opened the envelope, pulled out a small stack of photographs, and flipped through them. The first few photos were of Sara and Conrad talking, while the last few were of his wife and Conrad kissing. His face went white. "And you've been wondering why she's spending so much time at the office," Rafferty said. "Who took these?" Jared asked, his eyes still glued to the photos. "When were they taken?" "Last night. An associate in their office took them for us. He does great work, don't you think?" Jared rushed for the door. "Where are you going?" Rafferty asked. Jared didn't respond as he stormed out. Jared barged through the metal detector on Sara's floor, ignored the sign-in sheet, and walked right past the security guard. "Hey, get back here," the guard called. "Visitors have to sign in." As Jared marched down the hallway, he announced in a loud voice, "I'm looking for Sara Tate." "Where is she?" A secretary pointed down the hall. By the time Jared caught sight of Guff at his desk outside Sara's office, the security guard had caught up with Jared and seized him by the arm. "Do you know this guy?" the guard asked Guff. "Yeah," Guff said nervously. "He's okay." "Next time, sign in," the guard told Jared. "Thanks," Jared said, pulling free of the guard's grip. "I guess you want to see Sara?" Guff asked. Without answering, Jared barreled past Guff and threw Sara's door wide open. As it crashed into the wall, Sara looked up from her desk, startled. "What the hell are you doing?" she asked, covering the papers on her desk. "I'm working here." "I need to speak to you for a moment," Jared demanded. Recognizing the gravity of her husband's tone, Sara shoved the papers back into their file folder. "Guff, can you leave us alone for a second?" "Sure thing," Guff said, exiting the office and shutting the door. Sara and Jared stared at each other. "Are you having an affair?" he asked in a low voice. Sara's mouth dropped open and she looked away. "Sara, please look at me," Jared said, his voice cracking. "We've always been honest with each other. Now answer my question. Last night, did you kiss Conrad?" "Who said we kissed?" "Who said we—" "I can't believe you," Jared yelled. "You're lying. You're fucking lying to me." "Do you have someone spying on this office?" Sara asked accusingly. She looked out her window to see who could see in. Across the air shaft was a row of dusty windows to other ADA's offices. "Don't you dare change the subject," Jared said. "You betrayed me, and now you want to turn it around? You're the one who cheated on me. First of all, lower your voice. Second, I didn't cheat on you. It wasn't like that. Conrad tried to kiss me, but I pulled away." "So your lips never touched?" "No," Sara shot back. "They didn't." Pausing, Jared fought to contain himself. He felt a sharp pain at the base of his neck. Finally, he exploded. "Sara, I saw the damn pictures with my own eyes. I saw them. You were kissing him on this couch right here. I don't know what pictures you saw, but I pulled away immediately. Nothing happened. First you say your lips never touched, then you say you pulled away. How the hell do you expect me to believe you? Jared, I just do. Well, you can take that load of bullshit and sell it somewhere else. You're in no position to ask for trust. And you are? Sara asked. I didn't cheat on my wife. No, you just rifled her briefcase last night. What? Jared asked, forcing a laugh. I heard you, Jared. I heard every move you made last night. And when I turned over, I saw you. You must think I'm an idiot, though. After what happened last time, do you really think I'd bring important files home with me? I was testing you. You failed, so stop lying to my face. His lips pursed in anger and his arms crossed. Jared just stood there. Eventually he said, Fine. I admit it. You caught me. But don't think this comes close to what you did with Conrad. This isn't some damn file. It's our marriage. It's our trust. And when you went through my briefcase... Your briefcase? You're equating this with your briefcase. Did you hear what I said? This is our marriage, Sara. Our marriage. I know what's at stake, Jared. I'm not blind, Sara shouted, getting up from her seat. But I'm telling you, nothing happened. It was just a kiss. Just a kiss. And I pulled away. Now stop rubbing my nose in it, Sara yelled, pointing a finger at her husband. He grabbed her grimly by the wrist. Get your hand out of my face. Don't touch me, she shouted as she wrestled out of his grip. I can have you disbarred. You're a thief. Well, at least I'm not a whore. With a quick swing, Sara slapped Jared across the face. Holding his cheek, Jared stared at his wife and saw something he had never seen. You never should have done it, Sara. You ruined it. Jared, I swear to you, we never... Before she could finish, Jared headed for the door. Please, just listen. She reached for him and grabbed his arm. I'm sorry. It's too late for that. Now let go. He tried to pull away, but Sara held fast. I said let go, he shouted. It's over. With a sharp tug, he freed his arm, and the resulting momentum sent Sara smashing into a file cabinet. Suddenly, the door to the office flew open. What the hell are you doing? Conrad asked Jared. Without a word, Jared pulled back and took a swing at Conrad. Easily dodging the punch, Conrad grabbed Jared's arm and in one motion twisted it behind his back and slammed him face down on Sara's desk. Get the hell off me, Jared said as people began to collect outside the office. Conrad, let him go, Sara said. Releasing Jared, Conrad said, Don't ever try to hit me again. Next time I'll break your arm. Next time I'll connect, Jared warned. We'll see. Jared took one last look at his wife, then pushed through the small group of onlookers and made his way to the elevators. What was that about? Conrad asked Sara. Nothing. I'm fine, she mumbled. I didn't ask how you were doing. I asked. It'll be okay, she added, turning away from Conrad. I'll get through it. When he got out of Sara's office building, Jared headed straight for the Franklin Street subway. As he ran down the stairs, he could hear the rumble of a train pulling into the station. He cleared the turnstile just as the light chime sounded that preceded the closing of the doors. He made a mad dash for the train. Hold it! He screamed to one of the train's conductors who was leaning out a window. But the doors shut in his face. Come on, he said, hitting the doors. Open up! The doors stayed shut. Please, he yelled. He wedged his fingers into the protective rubber between the doors and attempted to pull them open. They stayed shut. No, he protested, once again banging the doors with his fists. As the train slowly pulled away from the platform, Jared ran with it, hoping to somehow still climb aboard. "Come on," he screamed. "Don't fucking leave!" But the train plowed forward and picked up speed, even as the tears rolled down Jared's cheeks. It was no use. He couldn't stop it. In a flash, the train was gone, and Jared stood on the platform, alone. A half hour after Jared left, Sara called her husband's office. "Is he back yet?" Sara asked Kathleen. "Not yet," Kathleen said. "I'll leave him a message you called." 15 minutes later, Sara called again. "Sorry," Kathleen said. "Still not back." Hanging up, Sara called home. Then she called Pop's apartment. Nothing but answering machines. 10 minutes passed before she tried his office again. When Kathleen answered, she said, "Sara, I promise, the moment he comes in here, I'll have him call you." A half hour later, Sara's phone rang. "Jared?" she answered. "It's me," Kathleen said. "He just walked in." "Please put him on." "I already asked him, but he doesn't want to take your call. I just figured you'd want to know that he's back here, safe and sound." "No, I do," Sara said. "Thanks, Kathleen." "Jared?" Sara called out when she got home that evening. "Are you here?" When she didn't get an answer, she walked to Jared's closet in the bedroom and opened it up. It was cleaned out. All of his suits were gone. So were his shirts. All that remained were some bad ties and empty hangers. No. She ran to his dresser and yanked the top drawer open. Empty, it came flying from the dresser, catching Sara by surprise. Throwing it aside, she pulled open the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Socks, underwear, and undershirts were all missing. "You can't leave," she yelled, slamming the last drawer shut. "Not now." She had never expected it to happen like this. Everything had been going her way. She had the research, and the evidence, and the motions, and even the judge. It was all supposed to work out. It was all supposed to be okay. But as Sara hid her head in her hands, she knew that when all was said and done, it wasn't going to be much of a victory. Jared dragged his stuffed-to-capacity hanging bag through the stark white halls of New York Hospital. He took the elevator to the 10th floor and made his way to room 206. Leaving his luggage outside the room, he knocked on the door. Well, look who's finally decided to pay a visit," Pop said as Jared walked inside. "What brings you here? I mean, besides guilt. Can't I just say hello? Phone calls are fine, but there's nothing like a personal visit. Jared, that moonshine might work with those gullible group-thinking juries, but I'm not buying a drop of it. The only reason you're here is either 1, Sara made you come, or 2, you're in trouble." "Don't say that, Pop. With my parents and grandmothers in Chicago, you're the only family I have in New York." "Okay, so you're in trouble. How much money do you need?" "I don't need any money," Jared said, pulling a chair up to Pop's bed. "Now why don't you tell me how you're doing? When are they letting you out of here?" "When I'm better. Or if you want to believe my doctor, when they can get me walking again, which could be anywhere from 2 weeks to a month. There. Now you've paid your moral debt. So why don't you tell me what's really going on?" "It's nothing," Jared said, forcing confidence into his voice. "Sara and I are just struggling with this case we're both working on." "The Coslow case?" "Yeah. How'd you—" "What, you think I'm not listening when my granddaughter speaks to me? My ears may be longer and hairier than yours, but they work just as well. And I knew from the moment this case started it would be a mess. You and Sara are competitive enough. You don't need a trial to put you at each other's throats. It's not the trial so much as what's going on around it. What else is going on? Is she sick? Pregnant? Are you finally going to wise up and have a kid? No, Pop, she's not pregnant, Jared said, fidgeting with the nurse's calling device on Pop's nightstand. She's just been pushing all the right buttons lately. For a while now, everything's been going her way. Pop stared at Jared and smiled. Finally, he said, "You don't like the fact that she's beaten you at your own game." No, you don't understand. It's about more than just winning. Jared, you know that saying about bullshitting the bullshit artist? Pop interrupted. Yeah? Well, let me put it to you this way. I'm Picasso. And if you think I believe you when you tell me it's not about winning, you're dabbling in finger paints. For as long as I've known you, you've been obsessed with success. You've been the golden boy, and Sara's been the one who's struggled. But now that the shoe's on the other foot, you're realizing that it's a bitch to wear high heels. This has nothing to do with ego. It's bigger than that. Son, you have to listen to what you're saying. If everything you've told me is true, it sounds like Sara's going to win this case. And the only person who isn't facing that fact is you. You may be a great lawyer, but in this instance, Sara has you against the wall. So now you have a choice. You can keep doing what you're doing and get your rear end handed to you. You can give up and admit defeat, which I know you'll never do, or you can talk to her and work out a resolution that leaves you both happy. The decision is yours. With his eyes glued to the emergency call device in his hands, Jared knew that Pop was right about one thing. If he didn't take drastic action soon, he was going to lose the case. And if he lost the case... Jared looked up at Pop, unwilling to entertain the consequences. "Want to tell me about it?" Pop asked. "I do," Jared said. "It's just... I can't." "Then you better tell her. Keeping it bottled up is only going to make it explode in your face." As Pop's words sank in, Jared put down the emergency call device. "You may be right." "Are you sure he wasn't at Pop's?" Tiffany asked, leaning on the edge of the plaza fountain at Lincoln Center. "I went over there twice last night. As far as I can tell, he's gone," Sara said curtly as she stood next to her little sister. "Now can we please drop it? You're the one who brought it up." Tiffany pointed at a man in a navy beret. "There's one." Sara looked at the man with the beret. "He doesn't count. First, he doesn't look tortured. Second, that's not a black beret. On the Upper West Side, that's as good as you're going to get." "Are you nuts?" Sara asked. "You think all the good tortured artists are living in the Village? You just have to look harder in this neighborhood." Staring at the crowds of people passing through Lincoln Center's vast esplanade, Tiffany stuffed her hands in the pockets of her pink winter coat. "I'm getting cold, and the game's no fun." "What do you want me to do? Set up a shuttle to the Guggenheim?" "No, I just want you to be nice," Tiffany shot back. "It's bad enough that our visits are now every other week. The least you can do is enjoy being with me." Surprised by the outburst, Sara put her hand on Tiffany's shoulder and pulled her in. "I'm really sorry, kiddo. I haven't been my best lately." Tiffany looked up at her big sister. "Is it because you miss him?" "Yeah, that's part of it." "Then maybe you should do something about it. Maybe you can get off the case." "You don't understand. It's not that easy." "I don't care if it's easy," Tiffany said, still pressed against Sara. "I just want things back to normal. And the longer you two are mad at each other, the worse it is for the rest of us." Later that evening, Sara and Tiffany ate dinner at Sylvia's Soul Food restaurant in Harlem, home of Lenox Avenue's most famous smothered fried chicken. When they walked out of the restaurant, Sara looked up into the flat black sky. I'll bet you a basket of cornbread that the first snow of the year hits in the next 2 days. If I didn't feel like I was going to vomit, I'd take that bet, Tiffany said as she held her stomach. Smiling, Sara stepped into the street and hailed a cab. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a dark blue sedan waiting across the street. She and Tiffany got into the cab, and Sara gave the driver Tiffany's address. As the cab took Sara and Tiffany deeper into Harlem, Sara turned around and noticed that the sedan was now behind them. "Do me a favor," Sara said to the cab driver. "Head down a few of these smaller streets. I want to know if the car behind us is following us." Following Sara's instructions, the driver turned off Lenox Avenue and onto 131st Street. The sedan didn't follow. "Who do you think it was?" Tiffany asked, staring out the back window. "No one. Just my imagination," Sara said, relieved. "You can go back now," she told the driver. For the next few minutes, as Sara and Tiffany sat in the back of the cab, Sara kept an eye out for the sedan. Without question, it was gone. The cab pulled up to Tiffany's apartment building on 147th Street. "If you don't mind waiting," Sara said to the driver, "I'll only be a minute." Sara got out of the cab and walked Tiffany inside. She always liked to check in with Tiffany's aunt at the end of each visit. After a brief conversation, Sara left the building and looked for her cab. It was gone. The only car in sight was the dark blue sedan. The driver of the sedan, a pale man with a blonde mustache, was leaning on the hood. Sara reached into her pocket and pulled out her badge. "DA's office," she yelled. "Who the hell are you?" Unfazed, the driver of the sedan looked up and handed a folded sheet of paper to Sara. "What's that?" Sara asked suspiciously. "It's a new invention. We call it paper." "Very funny," Sara said, grabbing it out of his hands. When she unfolded the piece of paper, she read the words, "Get in the car, Pooh." Sara looked up at the driver. "Who wrote this?" "No idea. All I know is where I'm supposed to take you. As long as I get paid in advance, I don't care." She took a step away from the car. "Don't be afraid," the driver said. "You'll be safe." Sara still wasn't convinced. "No offense, but if I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it by now. Especially in this neighborhood. No one would suspect a thing. Now why don't you get in the car?" As she considered the man's logic, Sara noticed that Tiffany was watching the events from her apartment window. "See, now if anything bad happens, you even have your own witness," the driver added. To make sure Tiffany didn't worry, Sara shot her a strained smile and moved toward the car. "Where are we going?" she asked the driver. "Not allowed to say," the driver said, looking over his shoulder. "But it'll be worth it." Putting her faith in the message and taking one last look at Tiffany, Sara hesitantly got in the back seat of the car. For a half hour, the car headed downtown. The entire time, the driver kept his eyes on the rearview mirror. All through the Upper West Side, Sara thought they were going to Times Square. When they drove through Times Square, she thought they were going to the Village. When they drove through the Village, she thought they were going to her office building on Center Street. And when they passed her office building, she said, "Where the hell is this place?" 10 more minutes, the driver said. The car turned toward the entrance to the Brooklyn Bridge. "We're going to Brooklyn?" Sara asked nervously. "You'll see," the driver said with a smile. Taking a sharp right onto the first exit off the bridge, the driver headed through the quiet, historic neighborhood of Brooklyn Heights. Passing rows of classic townhouses, traditional clapboards, and one of George Washington's houses, they headed straight for the riverfront promenade, famous for its arresting view of Lower Manhattan. The paved walkway was usually crowded with both locals and tourists, but the cold weather had a chilling effect on both the night and its population. "Last stop," the driver said. Frantically looking around, Sara didn't see anyone. "Get out of the car," the driver said. "Here? You expect me to get out here? Are you nuts?" "Get out of the car. You'll be thankful you did." Following the driver's instructions, Sara got out and approached the window on the passenger side of the car. Leaning into the window, she asked, "Now what?" "Wait here." With that said, the driver rolled up the window and sped off. "Wait! Where are you going?" Sara asked, banging on the window as the sedan pulled away. Surrounded by nothing but some scattered benches and a concrete walkway, Sara felt the cold wind of the East River whip across her face. Looking around, she still didn't see anyone. She headed down the path toward the water. "Is anybody here?" she shouted. "Hello?" "Sara," a voice said from behind her. "Who the—" she yelled, turning around. It was Jared. She reacted instantaneously. "I've been worried sick about you," she said, embracing her husband. "Where the hell have you been?" "Sorry," Jared said, pulling away. "I just wanted to make sure you were alone." "I'm definitely alone. In fact, I've been alone since last night. You were the one who wanted me to move out." "You know this is different," she said. "I couldn't even find you at Pop's." "Sorry about that. I just couldn't face you after that thing with Conrad." "Jared, I swear on my life, nothing happened with Conrad. He went to kiss me and I pulled away. Anyone who said it was more than that is lying." "Fine. They were lying," Jared said, kicking at a random piece of nothing. "As usual, you're right." "Don't shut down on me," Sara said. Jared didn't reply. "Jared, please. If you didn't want to get into this, why'd you call me out here?" "I wanted to talk to you in privacy." "So you have some nut job pick me up with a cryptic note that uses my dad's old pet name for me? There are easier, less upsetting ways to get in touch." "I figured you'd know the note was from me. Who else would know that information?" "You'd be surprised what a stranger can find out about you." Sara sat down on a wooden bench and Jared nodded silently in agreement. Carefully watching her husband, she added, "So if this isn't about yesterday, what else do we have to discuss?" "The case," Jared said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We have to talk about the case." Now Sara was annoyed. "Of course. The one thing in this world you actually care about." "Honey, you know that's not." "It is true," Sara insisted. "But let me break it to you. The trial's in 2 weeks. The motions went our way, and when we've convicted Koslow, we're going to go after Claire Doniger and anyone else we see as an accomplice." Shaking his head, Jared pulled up the collar on his overcoat, trying to stay warm. The wind continued to beat against him. "Sara, I can't fight with you anymore. It's not worth it. I just want you to listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. I wouldn't even think of asking you this unless it was completely necessary." Moving toward her, he explained, "This may sound crazy, but I need you to take a dive. Lose some evidence, do a bad job on purpose. I don't care how you do it. I just need to win." Laughing, Sara said, "Are you really that desperate? I mean, do you even realize how illegal that is? And that's without even considering the moral implications." "Screw the moral implications. This is far more important than morality." "Oh, that's right. I forgot your job is more important than everything else in the universe." "Just listen for a second." "I am listening," Sara interrupted, jumping from her seat. "And I can't believe what you're asking. When you had the upper hand, everything was fine and dandy. But the moment I'm finally doing well, you want me to roll over. You really have some set of balls, you know that? This job has changed my life. For the first time in a long time, I feel like I'm back in control again. Things are going well. My confidence is strong. My anxieties are finally gone. This case has made me a new person. And if you think you can bully me into playing your game like you tried to do at the grand jury, you're living in fantasy land. I'm only saying this once, Jared. You're not taking this away from me." "You don't understand," Jared pleaded. "You have to let me win." "Have you been listening? I don't have to do anything." Yes, you do, Jared said flatly. I can't believe this. Is it an ego thing? Is that it? You can't stand seeing me beat you for once? This has nothing to do with competition, Jared said, his forehead covered with sweat. Well, you can forget it, Sara said, turning her back to her husband. The only person bringing home a victory is me. Hope you can live with it. Jared grabbed Sara grimly by the arm. Listen to me. It's bigger than you think. I already hurt you. Now let go of me. Refusing to loosen his grip, Jared shouted, Sara, I'm begging you one last time. You have to let me win. Why? What the hell is so important? Sara shouted back, struggling to free herself. Finally, Jared realized he had no other choice. Still holding on to his wife, he looked into her eyes. Because if I don't win this case, they're going to kill you. Instantly, Sara stopped trying to pull away. What? You heard me. They'll kill you. The only reason I'm on this case is because they threatened to kill you if I dropped it. That's why I've been fighting so hard. That's why I've been pushing so much. And that's why I went through your briefcase. They've been following both of us since Kozlo was first arrested. They're the ones who broke into our house. And they're the ones who... Oh my God, Sara said, sinking back on a bench. This is serious, Sara. We're in trouble. The people who approached you. Did one of them have sunken cheeks? Sunken cheeks? No. I was approached by Kozlo and... Jared paused. Kozlo and who? Sara asked. Jared glanced around to make sure they were still alone. Then he stared directly at his wife. It's Oscar Rafferty. He's been there from the start. He's the one who... That lying sack of shit, Sara shouted. We knew it. Guff called it the moment we left his office. Rafferty had you, and Sunken Cheeks had me. What are you talking about? Who's this man with the cheeks? Sara quickly related her encounter with Sunken Cheeks, explained how he had threatened to kill Jared, and described his untraceable fingerprints. When she finished, Jared said, So if you gave in, he would have come after. That's why I didn't give in. But if he's the one responsible for hurting Pop, why didn't you arrest him? I have no idea who he is. Besides, I was so nervous about what he'd do to you, I was terrified to touch him. I know how you feel, Jared said. He sat down next to Sara and brushed his fingers against the gauze pad on his chin. Who was it? Kozlo? Took a pound of flesh on his own, Jared explained. But it sounds like your guy was helping you. I mean, wasn't he the one who put you on Rafferty's trail? Not at all. We found Rafferty on our own. He became a suspect as soon as we saw Arnold's will. Arnold had a will? See, that's the problem with you defense attorneys. All you care about is getting your client off. We prosecutors are the only ones searching for the truth. Ignoring the jab, Jared said, Tell me about the will. There's not much to tell. According to our reading, Rafferty stands to inherit Echo Enterprises now that his near and dear partner is dead. Oh, you must be kidding me. Rafferty gets the business? The whole thing, Sara said, noticing the look of disbelief on her husband's face. Why? What does that tell you? I mean, besides the fact that he has a reason to kill his partner. That tells us why Rafferty was so intent on winning the case. Running his hand through his hair, he added, Damn, that mean bastard is brilliant. Why? What did he do? Sara asked, slapping her husband on the arm. Tell me already. It's actually pretty simple. Do you remember what a Slayer statute is? A what? A Slayer statute. Slayer, as in killer. When Sara shook her head, Jared explained, A Slayer statute prevents murderers from profiting from their own killings. Let's pretend you have a will. And the will says that if you die, I'm the main beneficiary. That means I get all your money. All $25. Every last nickel. So now let's pretend that I try to get the money early by having you killed. Under the Slayer statute, if it's proven that I had anything to do with your death, I'm not allowed to get a dime, a nickel, or a penny, even if your will says I get it all. Does New York have one of these statutes? I don't know if there's an official statute, but the common law has the same rule. Then why didn't they just settle it? As I remember it, you can impute foul play from any of the parties involved, which is why Rafferty couldn't let Coslow accept a plea bargain or anything less than a full acquittal. So Rafferty is worried that if Coslow is implicated in any way and it's discovered that Rafferty hired Coslow, Rafferty'll never get his nest egg. Not to mention the fact that he's nervous about his own murder charge. I mean, that's the only thing that explains Rafferty's concern with this whole mess. If he was innocent, he wouldn't care at all. And if he wasn't obsessed with the money, he would have let me plea bargain it down. Do you think he could also be trying to protect Claire Doniger? Sara asked, standing up. You're really convinced she's involved with this, aren't you? Come on, Jared. The woman's husband is killed and she doesn't shed a tear. More important, she doesn't lift a finger to help our investigation. Talking to her is like pulling teeth, and getting her to testify is like... It's like pulling teeth, Jared said dryly. Yeah, lots of teeth. A mouthful of teeth. Okay, so if she's involved, what's her motive? Does she get anything under the will? Not a cent. But that doesn't mean anything. Our theory is that she and Rafferty are sleeping together. When they knock off Arnold Doniger, they get all the money, and they get to play Snuggle Bunnies every night. The only problem we were having was proving Rafferty's involvement. But it's clear that he's the man we're after. It's not a bad theory, Jared admitted. And now that I think about it, he does get super protective whenever she comes up. Is there anything else Rafferty's said that we might be able to use against him? Jared sat back on the bench and put his head in his hands. Actually, you can't use any of this stuff against him. It's all protected by attorney-client privilege. I'm not worried about winning the case anymore, Handsome. I just want to make sure you're safe and get us out of... Noticing that her husband wasn't moving, Sara stopped. What's wrong? Are you okay? Without saying a word, Jared stood up and wrapped his arms around his wife. I'm so sorry. I never meant to hurt you, Sara. I only did it because I was worried about you. Feeling a wave of relief run over her, Sara held her husband tight. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I was just as worried about you. But Shh, don't say another word, Sara said, still holding him close. It's over. It's finally over. Leaning back just enough to look into Sara's eyes, Jared realized she was right. And for the first time in months, he decided not to argue. Instead, he pulled her in and lightly slid his hands across her shoulders and down her back. He loved the way their bodies fit together. Against her cheek, Sara felt the familiar scratch of his 5 o'clock shadow. Closing her eyes, she took in the smell of the cologne she always complained about. And with her arms around his waist, she reached under his jacket and caressed the curve in the small of his back. She had forgotten how much she missed it all. Silently pressed against each other, Sara and Jared didn't have to say a word. For too long they had been at each other's throats. Now finally, they were in each other's arms. And that was all that mattered. As reality slowly returned, Sara could feel Jared start to tremble. Moments later, his eyes welled up with tears. It's okay, she reassured him as she struggled to fight back her own tears. But it was already too late. As was always the case, once Sara heard Jared sobbing, she wasn't far behind. Soon, both of them were overcome with emotion. It's okay, she repeated as tears ran down her cheeks. It's really okay. I know, Jared said, wiping his eyes with his jacket sleeve. Until you were safe, I couldn't. I know exactly how you feel, Sara said, wiping her own eyes. But we have to keep the catharsis short. Neither of us is really safe unless we get out of this mess. No, you're right, Jared said, composing himself. He rubbed his eyes and cleared his throat. Okay, now what's the next step? Work the facts. Is there anything else that Rafferty or Kozlow might have said? Anything that might explain why Victor wanted the case? Or who Sunken Cheeks is? Is he a former employee? Does he have something against Rafferty? Has Kozlow mentioned any old grudges? The only thing that caught me off guard is that Kozlow once said he was in the military. Really? Which part? Army. Lenny told me he got kicked out, but that's all I know. Think there's something there? Maybe. Victor's got a military background also. I'll look into it first thing tomorrow. Great. And can you also do a search on Rafferty's phone bills? I tried already, but you're the only one who can get his local calls. If your theory's right, we should see tons of calls to Claire and to Kozlow. And maybe to our mystery man with the cheeks. Hopefully, Jared said. Maybe they're all working together. Looking up, Jared stared at the shimmering New York City skyline. It was beautiful, he thought. As beautiful as the first time he saw it from this spot, during a midnight biking tour he and Sara had taken at the end of their first year of law school. Jared took a deep breath and smiled. Finally, he was getting his life back. At that moment, he heard Sara laughing. What's so funny? He asked, turning back to his wife. Nothing, Sara said, her laughter a perfect mixture of nervousness and relief. I just can't believe this happened to us. I mean, why us? I'm not sure. Maybe it was just meant to be. This problem didn't find us. I found this problem. If I hadn't been so worried about myself, I wouldn't have grabbed this case in the first place. And if I'd never grabbed it, you never would have been approached to... Okay, that's enough. We don't need to play this game. You've had enough self-pity for 1 year. It's not self-pity. This is just me facing reality. If I'd never grabbed this case, we wouldn't be in this mess. You can believe whatever you want, but I'd never blame you for this. Now let's get back to the real question. What do we do with the case? Pausing, Sara eventually said, I'm not sure. Obviously, we can't take it to trial. Maybe we can go to the judge and ask him to remove us because of a conflict of interest, Jared suggested. Or maybe we can force a mistrial. We can do either, but that doesn't solve the problem. I really don't care about solving the problem, Jared said. I say we get off the case and get our lives back. Let someone else play superhero. No way. This is our problem. Rafferty, Doniger, Kozlow, Sunken Cheeks, they're all our problem. And no matter how much you'd like to believe otherwise, they're not going to leave us alone until they get what they want. Fine, then all we need to do is figure out a way to stop the psychopaths from chasing us. How about we both bow out and then we tell them that if anything happens to us, our lawyer will send out a letter that fingers Rafferty? Jared, you're missing the big picture. Even if they leave us alone, we can't let them do the same thing to someone else. So now we have to forward Rafferty's email to the entire firm? Don't make fun. You know I'm right. As she let the logic of her argument sink in, Sara added, like it or not, it's our responsibility. Jared nodded his head. What do you propose? I'm not sure. I want to talk to Conrad tomorrow. He knows his way around this world better than anyone. And what other worlds is he familiar with? Oh, come on, Jared. Why do you have to bring that up? I swear it was nothing. We kissed and I pulled away. That was it. Jared didn't say a word. Studying her husband's reaction, Sara felt awful. Without a doubt, that fleeting kiss would haunt her forever. As she tried to figure out what to say, she realized no apology would ever be enough. But if she expected to move forward, she also realized she had to start somewhere. Jared, I'm sorry. You don't need to. Actually, this is exactly what I need, she replied. I really am sorry, honey. I'm so sorry I did this to you. I wish I could take it back. I wish I could just wipe the whole thing from existence. And while I know that's no excuse, I just hope you know one thing. The worst thing I can do in this world is hurt you. Nothing, absolutely nothing causes me more pain. So you're not in love with him? In love with? Are you nuts? It was a moment in time, a misstep. You're my whole world, Jared. Nothing means more to me. I trust you with everything. If you trust me so much, why'd you spy on me with your briefcase? Sara reached over and tickled the back of his neck. Baby, I was dead asleep the entire time. I only said that to test your reaction. Obviously, you failed, but I still trust you and love you. With a sly smile, Jared said, You're ruthless, you know that? What can I say? Play with the best, you're bound to get beat. Sara, I swear I only did it because I was worried about. I don't care about that, Sara said, taking Jared's hand. Let's just have our makeup kiss and be done with it. Here? Jared asked, looking around at the completely deserted promenade. In front of all these people? Of course here. It's our perfect Hollywood moment. The intrepid heroes, the striking landmark, the wind-blown hair. It's all in place. All we have to do is... Interrupting herself, Sara leaned forward, grabbed her husband, and gave him a forceful kiss. For a minute they stood there, lips locked and arms wrapped around each other. Once again, everything else faded away. When they were done, she asked, How was that? Jared smiled. It's good to be home. Couldn't agree more. So you ready to get out of here? Depends what we're doing. Well, right now we're putting together a puzzle. And the moment the picture is crystal clear, we're going after the bastards who took it apart in the first place. If Rafferty thinks he's got problems now, wait until his ass meets my foot. I hope you're right. Because if Rafferty gets wind of this, he's not going to hold back, even if you are a DA. That's ADA to you. Now let's go home. Standing behind a thick patch of overgrown shrubbery and shrouded by the low branches of an oak tree, he silently watched the couple leave the promenade. He knew this would happen. He'd said it from the beginning. When the pressure got too high, they were going to snap. He watched them walk up the concrete path toward Clark Street. They were coming directly at him, but in the darkness he wasn't at all concerned. He didn't even duck when they got close. He just leaned against the tree, his eyes tracking them as they passed right by him. He was tempted to reach out, but he fought the urge. Holding hands and swinging their arms, Jared and Sara walked with newfound confidence. They knew just about everything now. That is, everything but the fact that their secret wasn't safe. Chapter 16. I knew it was him, Guff said, rubbing his hands on his pants. Wasn't I the one who said it? Wasn't I? I was the only one who said Rafferty was in on this. Fine, you were right, Conrad said. Get over yourself. He turned to Sara, who was sitting on her desk. What else did Jared tell you? That's about it, Sara said. Rafferty threatened Jared. He's been involved since the beginning, and if Jared doesn't win the case, he says he's going to have me killed. Do you think you can trust him? Conrad asked. Who? Jared? What kind of question is that? He's my husband. He's also your opponent, which means he could be using this to set you up. Sorry, but I think you've been smoking too much grassy knoll. This is serious. Hey, don't make fun of the knoll, Guff warned. It's no joke. Ignoring her assistant, Sara said to Conrad, He even showed me pictures of us kissing. Not a pretty sight. Pictures? Where'd he get pictures? My best guess is... Whoa, 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 Guff jumped in. You guys were kissing? Was there sex going on in this office? Because if there was, I should know about it. It was nothing, Sara said. A hapless accident between friends. Tell me about the photos, Conrad said. It looks like they were taken from over there, Sara said, pointing out her window to 2 offices across the way. Both of them belonged to other ADAs. Any idea who took them? It had to be Victor, Sara insisted. He may be working behind the scenes, but he's had his hand on the monkey wrench since this started. That may be true, Conrad said, but until we can prove it, we don't have a thing on him. Even if he's suspicious, he still hasn't done anything illegal. That's why I want to start digging. Jared gave me Rafferty's private number, so I want to run a search on it. I can do that, Guff said. I assume you want to see all the calls that have been made by that number, as well as all the ones that have been made to it? Everything you can get, Sara said. Guff looked over to Conrad. I'm approving all of it, Conrad said. If you have any problems, tell them to call me. Sara nodded a thank you. Now here's what I really need your help with. Jared said Kozlo spent some time in the military. I have this feeling that's where he met Sunken Cheeks. And since we can't do anything until we know who he is, I was wondering if we could... Just tell me what you need, Conrad said. Names of everyone in his division, everyone at his base, photos, fingerprints. Photos would be best. A name won't mean much, but I might be able to recognize him if I saw a picture. I'll have them here as soon as they can get them together. By the time the trial's over, we'll know the size of this guy's pinky ring. No, Sara said. I need it before the trial starts. If we wait until it's over, one of us will be dead. As Conrad and Guff were leaving Sara's office, Sara said, Conrad, can I speak to you a second? Uh-oh, lover boy, now you're in trouble, Guff teased. Reading Sara's uneasy expression, Conrad shut the door behind Guff. Let me guess what this is about. I know it's awkward, but we really have to talk about it. Sara, you don't have to say anything. I know how you feel about Jared. He's your husband. It's not just that he's my husband. He's the man you love, Conrad interrupted. No, Sara said. He's more. Much more. Conrad sat down on the sofa. I'm sorry, Sara. I never planned for that to happen. You don't have to tell me. When you leaned in, I didn't exactly run away. Leaning his elbows on his knees, Conrad kept his head down. Damn, he muttered. Please don't beat yourself up. It wasn't right. I shouldn't have done it. Conrad, every friendship has a few awkward moments. This one's ours. And regardless of how much we apologize, I think the only way to get past it is to let it go. That easy, huh? Sara looked away. I don't know. Maybe. Watching her reaction, Conrad knew there was no other choice. I swear to you, I never. No explanations necessary, she said, putting on her strongest face. We'll live. I'm sure we will. But I truly am sorry, Sara. I read you the wrong way, and I won't let it happen again. Deal, Sara said with a smile. She extended a handshake. Onward and upward? Conrad shook her hand. Sure can't get any lower. Are you ready for Thursday? Rafferty asked when Jared answered the phone. I'm trying, Jared said. I'm just having a hard time getting organized. You've been getting organized for weeks. What else do you have to do? I have to finish my opening statements. I have to finish my direct examinations. I have to finish my cross-examinations. I have to think about jury selection. I have to decide what kind of juror is most likely to see Kozlo as sympathetic. All in the next 3 days. It's overwhelming. I don't care. Figure it out. Any other news from your wife? just that I'm back in the house. I told her I didn't like sleeping at Pop's, and after that disaster with Conrad, she felt too guilty to keep me out. Otherwise, there's not much to report. Are you sure? Jared didn't even pause at the comment. Absolutely, he said. And according to the notes in her briefcase, she's not calling Patty Harrison as a witness unless she needs her. Believe me, even if she calls her, Ms. Harrison isn't the same witness she used to be. Do me a favor and stay away from her until we know what Sarah's going to do. I don't want to have to add witness intimidation to the list of Coslow's crimes. Don't worry. We have that side under control. I know you do, Jared said deferentially. Now let me try and get some work done. I'll speak to you later. As Jared put down the receiver, he looked up at Kathleen, who had been listening to the entire conversation. Do you think he knows? She asked. I have no idea, Jared said. He's getting antsy, but I still think he's too nervous to suspect anything. I just hope Sarah gets some answers before the trial. At 8:15 that evening, Jared arrived at home, slamming the door as he stepped inside. Sarah, he barked the moment he saw her standing in the kitchen. When the hell are you planning to hand in a witness list? Whenever I'm ready, Sarah shot back as she walked toward the bedroom. And I'm not ready yet. Don't walk away from me, Jared shouted, following her. You're turning this into a trial by ambush. Call it what you want, but I have until opening statements to finish my discovery work. Are you nuts? Nobody takes that long. Common courtesy says you should... Common courtesy can kiss my ass. There are the rules, and I plan to take full advantage of them. Now, if you want to move back in, you better make yourself comfortable on the couch. Otherwise, leave me the hell alone. With a quick shove, Sarah slammed the door in Jared's face. A moment later, Jared carefully opened the door and tiptoed into the bedroom. Sarah was already sitting in front of their computer at the desk in the corner of the room, hunting and pecking at the keyboard. As he approached her, he read the words on the computer screen. How was your day, dear? Leaning over, he kissed the back of Sarah's neck and took over the keyboard. It was fine, he typed back. Spoke to Rafferty. I think it went okay. I don't think he suspects anything. He's too nervous. He let Sarah use the keyboard again. As she laboriously typed, Jared pulled up a chair, so they were both seated in front of the computer screen. Why do this? Sarah typed. Conrad says we can have this entire place searched for bugs. They'll be in and out in 2 hours, and then we can speak as freely as we want. With a quick flourish at the keyboard, Jared wrote back, No way. If we have this place searched, Rafferty will know something's up. I say we play it safe until the trial. Typing in her one finger at a time mode, Sarah wrote, But my typing sucks. Jared laughed to himself. This was what he missed. He put his hand on the back of Sarah's head and pulled her toward him. Ever so slightly, he kissed the side of her forehead, then her cheek, then her earlobe. With his lips brushing against her ear, he whispered, I really do love you. As he worked his way down the side of her neck, he slowly undid the top buttons of her blouse. Closing her eyes, Sarah was ready to lose herself in the moment. Pulling away, she typed, Forget it. Not while they're listening. They'll never hear, Jared typed back. That's right, Sarah typed. They won't. Are you serious? Sarah pounded out nothing but an exclamation point. Fine. I'll just sit here and suffer, Jared typed. Here I am suffering. I'm suffering. I'm suffering. He paused. I'm still suffering. When Sarah slapped him on the back, he wrote, What else happened at work? Any news? Not yet, Sarah typed. Tomorrow. When Sarah and Jared had sat down to start typing, neither of them noticed that their desk had been moved about 1/4 of an inch to the right. They didn't notice the additional upward tilt of their computer monitor or the brand-new splitter and extra wire that had been connected to the main monitor cable. And they certainly didn't notice the way the split wire ran behind the desk and into a perfectly drilled hole in their wall, or how that wire snaked its way down alongside the gas furnace's vent pipe, which led directly to the basement. When it reached the basement, the wire connected to another monitor, and on that monitor, he read every word Jared and Sara typed. Early Tuesday morning, Sara stepped onto the elevator with her shoulders back and her chin high. Darnell took one look and smiled. "My, oh my, you must be eating those Wheaties," he said. "You got the look of a champion." "That's my secret," Sara said. As the elevator doors were about to shut, a young man wearing a short-sleeved dress shirt jumped inside. Sara instantly recognized him as the man who not only delivered the booking sheets to ECAB, but had also originally suggested that she steal Victor's case. "What up, Darnell?" he asked. "Any good rumors I should—" "Hey," he added as soon as he saw Sara. "Nice to see you again." "You two know each other?" Darnell asked. "In a way," Sara said. Extending her hand, she added, "Officially, by the way, I'm Sara." "Malcolm," he said as the elevator doors closed. "So how's that case working out? Was I right or was I right?" "You said it first. It certainly was a winner." "Of course it was a winner. You wouldn't have gotten it if it wasn't." Sara raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" "You know, the case." "What about the case?" Malcolm fell silent. Finally, he said, "I'm sorry. I thought you guys had already spoken." "About what? Who are you talking about?" Malcolm looked over at Darnell, then back to Sara. They were both staring at him. "Listen, I'm done with this one. My mouth isn't big enough for 2 feet." "Malcolm, no, it's not going to work. If you're having problems, go bother Victor." As the elevator doors opened on the 6th floor, Malcolm stepped out. "I'll see you later, Sara." "Later, Darnell." When the doors slammed shut, Darnell asked, "You okay? You look Casper." "Just get me to the next floor," Sara said. "Fast." Rushing out of the elevator and straight to her office, Sara pulled open a desk drawer and took out one of her old legal pads. "Keep it together," she told herself. "Don't get lost. Just figure out the hows and whys." Mentally replaying the conversation with Malcolm, she scrutinized every syllable. "You wouldn't have gotten it if it wasn't. I wouldn't have gotten it if it wasn't. I would not have gotten it." She flipped through the legal pad and stopped on a clean sheet. Once again, she asked herself, why would Victor want this case? Carefully and methodically, she went through all her old answers. Because he knows Coslow. Because he hates Coslow. Because he wants to punish Coslow. Damn, she thought. It was right there the entire time. From the very first day, he was preying on her weakness. Shutting her eyes, she tried to fill in the rest. Finally, it started to make sense. As her fists tightened, she could feel the rage working its way up the back of her neck. She didn't bother to fight it. "You son of a bitch!" she screamed as she threw her legal pad against the wall. "How could I be so stupid?" Slamming the door to her office, Sara flew down the hallway, ignoring everyone in sight. Without knocking, she threw open Victor's door. "Come in," Victor said, looking up from his desk. Sara was fuming. "I take it there's a problem." "You knew, didn't you?" Sara asked. "I'm sorry. Do you want to tell me what we're talking about?" "Don't play bewildered with me. You knew the whole time, didn't you? That first day we met in the elevator, you knew exactly who I was. You knew my name, my background, everything there was to know about me. And most important, you knew how hungry I was for a case." "Sara, I have no idea what you're—" It wasn't even that hard to plan, was it? Once you gave Malcolm a good enough excuse, all you had to do was find a big enough sucker. Someone who would do a good job but still be easy to influence. Someone who was aggressive but still too naive to suspect anything. Someone who was vulnerable and desperate and would take the case. Someone like me. You've got yourself quite a story there. This whole time I've been kicking myself for being so stupid, for being so greedy. But there's more to it than that, isn't there, Victor? I didn't steal that case on my own. You set me up and made sure I got it. Sitting behind his desk, Victor let out the tiniest of smirks. I can't believe it, Sara said. Why? Why didn't you keep it for yourself? As I've always said, I don't know what you're talking about. But that Coslow's quite a handful, isn't he? Sara clenched her teeth. You're a real bastard, Victor. Even if I am, I'm one with far fewer headaches. Are you sure about this? Conrad asked. It doesn't make any sense. What's to make sense? Sara said. It's Victor. So let me get this straight. You're saying that when you were in ECAB that first day, Victor not only knew Malcolm was going to deliver that case, but he had already told Malcolm to make sure that you stole it? Exactly. But if Victor didn't want the case, why not just give it away? And if he wanted it prosecuted, no offense, but why give it to you? Why not give it to me or someone with experience? Because he never wanted Coslow or Rafferty to know that he didn't want it. So now you don't think Victor buries cases? No, I just think he didn't want to bury this case. Seeing Conrad's confused look, she added, Let me start over. I'm still convinced that Victor's playing in some fishy ponds. I think he has a few wealthy clients who pay him a great deal of money to bury easy-to-miss cases, and I think he's as dirty as they come. Now, what I'm willing to bet happened here is that one of Rafferty's big-shot friends told Rafferty about Victor. And when Coslow got arrested in this case, Rafferty quickly went crying to Victor. The thing is, Victor's not stupid. He knows his little game only works if everything can be kept quiet. And as we know, Coslow is to quiet as a raging maniac is to quiet. So Victor tells Rafferty to take a hike. Exactly. But Rafferty is also not stupid. Now that he knows Victor's dirty secret, he threatens to blow the whistle on Victor if Victor doesn't do a little magic. Naturally, Victor doesn't want to bury the case because he knows he'll be risking his own neck, but he can't give it away because Rafferty'll play snitch. Now Victor's faced with a problem. How does he get rid of a case without looking like he's getting rid of a case? He has someone steal it from him. Starting to sound familiar? Conrad stood from his seat and looked out his window. It's actually pretty ingenious on Victor's part. The man's a power player. He's not going to risk his career on someone like Coslow. This way, all he has to do is pretend he's pissed off. Then he tells Rafferty and Coslow it's out of his control. Maybe he does a few more favors, like passing information and taking a few photos. And they're convinced he's on their side. So all the times he's been checking up on you, he's either reporting it to Rafferty or just making sure I don't stumble on his other cases. Turning away from the window, Conrad said, There's still one thing I don't understand. For Victor to know that you were coming in that afternoon, someone had to tell him. Besides you and Jared, there was only one other person who knew where I was. At that moment, Guff walked into Conrad's office. What's wrong with the two of you? Guff asked. You look Casper. We're fine. I'm fine, Sara blurted. It's nothing. Listen, if you guys want to touch tongues again, be my guest. Stop with that already, Conrad said. It's not funny. Guff, can you actually excuse us for a moment? Sara said. Why? What's the big secret? Now, Conrad said. Okay, it's a private moment, I understand. Guff headed for the door. "Just don't take it out on me. I'm on your side." As the door shut, Sara looked over to Conrad. "Please don't tell me it's him." "It's not," Conrad said. "I've known that kid since the day he started here. He doesn't have it in him." "I don't care how long you've known him. Nothing else makes sense. He's the one who brought me to ECAB in the first place. I mean, I wouldn't have even walked in there if it wasn't for him." "Sara, he was doing you a favor." Now she was sweating. "Oh, God. Then that means Rafferty knows Jared and I have been talking." "Not a chance. No one knows anything." "Then how do you explain—" "I don't need to explain," Conrad insisted. "I know Guff. And more important, I trust him. He'd never do that to you." "You can trust people all you want," Sara said. "It still doesn't mean they're not going to put a knife in your back." Sara didn't get home until 8:30 that evening. Heading straight for the bedroom, she could hear the quiet clicking of Jared at the keyboard. He had already typed, "Hi, honey, how was your day?" But when he turned around and saw his wife, he added, "What happened?" Putting up a finger to signal, "Hold on a second," Sara, in her best annoyed tone, said, "Do you mind hanging out in the living room? I have some work to do in here." "Do whatever you want," Jared shot back. He got up and stormed out of the room. He turned on the TV in the living room and then quietly returned to the bedroom. Over Sara's shoulder, he read, "I think Guff may be on the other side of this. As far as I can tell, he took me to ECAB that first day for a reason." Taking the keyboard, Jared wrote, "That's not a small accusation, Sara. If I were you, I'd double-check every detail before I wrecked that relationship." Realizing her husband was right, Sara wrote, "Do we have a calendar?" "In my briefcase," Jared typed. "My organizer." Sara opened Jared's briefcase and found his small electronic organizer. Pushing the button marked Calendar, she saw the date as well as Jared's to-do list appear on the screen. Call jury expert, finish direct, call printer. Using the up key, she then scrolled back to Monday, September 8th, her first day on the job. But when the day came up on the screen, Sara's heart sank. There was only one item on Jared's to-do list for that day. Call VS. Under the initials was a phone number. Sara recognized the number's 335 prefix. It was a number in the DA's office. She took another look at the initials. VS. Victor Stockwell. Sara glanced up at Jared, then back at Victor's number. It couldn't be. By the time she turned back to Jared, he was staring at her. He silently mouthed the question, "You okay?" Sara nodded as she closed the organizer. It wasn't Guff at all. It was Jared. Feeling her legs go numb, she made her way back to the computer. On the screen, Jared had written the question, "What did Guff do that made you so suspicious?" Fighting her hands from shaking, Sara typed back, "Nothing. Just a feeling." Chapter 17. "I told you it wasn't Guff," Conrad said the following morning. "I said it yesterday. I knew it couldn't be him." "I don't really care about Guff," Sara said, her voice completely drained of energy. Her arms were folded on her desk and her head rested on them. She hadn't looked up since she told Conrad the story. "I need your help with Jared. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not him." "What are you talking about? Of course it's Jared." She kept her head on her desk. That wasn't what she wanted to hear. Slowly, she felt her stomach start to turn. It wasn't possible. This couldn't be happening. "Sara, are you okay?" Feeling as if the wind were knocked out of her, she said nothing. This wasn't some distant friend or a new coworker. This was her husband. She was supposed to know everything about him. Everything. That was what she'd told herself last night to coax herself to sleep. And that was how she initially talked herself out of Conrad's conclusion. But the closer she looked, the more she found details she couldn't ignore. When he wanted to be, Jared was more manipulative than anyone she knew. In the last month alone, she had seen that firsthand. And the call to Victor. That was the only way Victor could have known she was coming. Over and over, Sara ran through the facts, and whether she trusted Jared or not, she knew there wasn't going to be an easy answer. How? She finally asked Conrad. It doesn't make any sense. Sure it does, Conrad said. I've seen Jared operate. He may act all squeaky clean, but he's as scheming as the rest of us. That's why he peeked in your briefcase. From the moment he told you about Rafferty, I said you should watch your back. You only said that because you're jealous of him. Conrad glared at Sara as his voice took on a more serious tone. I just think there's something he's hiding. Why, though? He hates Rafferty. I agree with that, but that doesn't mean Jared's not working with Victor. One thing has nothing to do with another. Once again, Sara felt her stomach start to turn. But why would he possibly do that to me? Does he have anything to be embarrassed about in his past? Maybe he and Victor bury cases together. Jared lines up the clients, Victor makes them disappear. Or maybe he's being blackmailed. Maybe he's taking revenge for something you did to him. For all we know, he completely set you up in Brooklyn that night. Stop it, Sara said, raising her voice. It's impossible. None of those things are true. Sara, I know this is hard, but you can't just shut your eyes and hope it all has a happy ending. Take off the blinders and deal with the problem. I am dealing with it. No, you're not, Conrad said. If you were, you would have already stepped into his personal space and asked him why he was calling Victor in the first place. Sara knew he was right. She should have asked as soon as she found the phone number. It's not as easy as you think. Just call him. If he says he's never spoken to Victor, we'll know he's lying. Sara reached across her desk and picked up the phone. 7 numbers later, she heard Jared's phone ring. Come on, I know you're there, she muttered. Pick up the damn phone. Mr. Lynch's office, Kathleen answered. Hi, Kathleen, it's me. Is he in? I'll check. Hold on a second. Unable to stop fidgeting, Sara stood up, but Conrad grabbed her by the shoulders and sat her down again. After a moment, she heard, Sara? Do you have a minute? Sara asked, trying her best to sound calm. Of course. What's wrong? Nothing. I just have a quick question. Do you know a guy named Victor Stockwell? I told you before. Only by reputation. Why? Have you ever spoken to him on the phone? There was a short pause on the other end. No. Why? Sara looked up at Conrad and shook her head. Jared, is anyone in your office? What's going on? Are you okay? I'm fine. I just need you to answer this question. Have you ever spoken to Victor? Jared didn't say a word. Please, honey. You can tell me, Sara said. I haven't, he insisted. Why do you... Before he could finish the question, Sara hung up. She felt a piercing pain in her chest. I'm sorry, Conrad said. He put his hand back on her shoulder. Closing her eyes, Sara was reeling. Take it easy, she told herself. There are hundreds of logical explanations. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized she couldn't come up with even one. And when she realized that, she knew it was over. She didn't know him anymore. The phone rang, tearing through the silence. Sara didn't pick it up. It rang again. When it rang a 3rd time, she reached for it. Don't, Conrad said. Jared, I don't want to hear your lame excuses, she answered. I'm sorry, Jared said. I shouldn't have lied to you like that. So now the story's changing? Sara, please, I'm telling you the truth. I spoke to him one time. That was it. Sara covered her other ear and turned away. This was even worse. Sara? Jared asked. Sara, are you there? I'm here, she whispered. Please, don't be mad, Jared pleaded. I know it looks bad, but it was for a good reason. I'm listening. Okay, here it is. Here's the story. Here's how it happened. Are you going to tell me why you did it, or are you going to make it up as you go along? Sara, I swear to you, I only called him to get help. That night before your first day, you were so nervous, I had to do something. So while you were packing your briefcase, I went into the bedroom and called Judge Flynn. Now, I know you didn't want me to call in any favors, but you should have seen yourself. The article in the Times had you crazy. There was no way I could just sit on my hands. I told him what was happening and asked him if he had any suggestions. He said my best bet was to make sure you got a case. Then he made a few phone calls and told me about ECAB. He found out Victor was the next day's supervisor and he gave me his number. The next morning, I called Victor. I explained the situation and said if he could help us out, Judge Flynn would really appreciate it. He said he'd see what he could do, but that was the last I heard of him. Next thing I knew, you had a case. Jared, I know what you're going to say. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have gone behind your back like that. I know it was wrong. I just didn't want to see you down. It rips my heart out to see you like that. Then why didn't you tell me all this the other night? I wanted to. I wanted to so bad. But I thought if you found out what I did, you'd slip back into self-doubt. I didn't want to see you lose that confidence. So I made the worst judgment call of all and decided it didn't matter. Obviously, I was wrong. And that's the truth. I'm telling you, that's what happened, Jared said. I wouldn't lie to you again. 12 times were enough, huh? I understand if you don't believe me, but that's the only reason I did it. When you called me before, you just caught me off guard. Then let me ask you one last thing. Why'd you let me suspect Victor all this time? You knew I was running crazy. Why not help me out? His answer was nothing but a long pause. Eventually, Jared stuttered, I don't know. I just chose not to. I'm sorry. Sara was shaken by his response. That's it? You chose not to? I swear to you, Sara, that's the real answer. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was only trying to help. Okay, she said, still attempting to discern if he was telling the truth. We'll talk more about it later. Great. We'll do it later. Unable to ignore the nervousness in his voice, Sara hung up the phone and looked at Conrad. Well, Conrad asked. She took a deep breath. I'm not sure. Part of me thinks he's lying, but part of me really believes him. Are you out of your head? You didn't even hear his explanation. Tell it to me. After Sara relayed the conversation, Conrad said, "Oh, come on, Sara. He lied to your face, let you hang up, and then called you back as soon as he thought of a good enough cock and bull story. I mean, all you did was read an article about budget cuts. Do you really think that's enough to make him call Victor?" Before Sara could argue, Conrad added, "How about letting me do a search on your home phone? If Jared's story's true, we'll be able to see the calls from that night. One call to the judge. That's all we're looking for." I don't know, Sara said. Except for one part, he gave me a good explanation. I think I have to trust him. Sara, don't be stupid. He didn't even... Don't call me stupid. I'm not a moron, Conrad. And while you think you know everything about love and law, there's a chasm between the two. If I start searching our phone bills, I've train-wrecked the only thing we have left. So you'd rather be blind to reality? Are you really that jaded? Is that what all those years here have done to you? This isn't about being blind. It's about having faith. I know what faith is. I just don't. He's my husband. Without knocking, Guff entered the office holding a thick manila envelope. Why don't you ask him? Conrad said. It's just another leap of faith, right? Sara didn't like Conrad's tactics, but she had to admit that Jared's story took the suspicion off of Guff. Favoring friendship over fear, she explained the story to her assistant. When she was finished, she was surprised to see Guff laughing. Me? Guff asked. You suspected me? That's the most absurd idea since Elvis carpeted his ceiling. So you're not mad? Sara, I'm not in this because you're my boss. I'm in it because you're my amigo. If I got all huffy and puffy on you, I'd just be taking time away from that. Sara couldn't help but smile. Guff, if only everyone else were like you. The world would be a beautiful place, don't you think? Guff said. Now, what are you going to do about Sunken Cheeks? The trial starts tomorrow. Forget about Sunken Cheeks, Conrad interrupted. What are you going to do about Jared? Conrad, can you please drop it already? I know it's under your skin, but it's not your life, it's mine. And if I plan to save it, I have to find out who this guy is in the next few hours. Guff shook his head at Conrad. Don't do this to her. She's running out of time. Conrad crossed his arms and studied his colleagues. The conversation about Jared was going to have to wait until later. Tell me what's in the folder. Guff held up the manila envelope. You want phone numbers? I got phone numbers. I got local, long distance, international, interstate, by the aisle, by the window. He threw the envelope on Sara's desk. Flipping through dozens of photocopied pages, Sara struggled to read the dense report. How do you... The calling log is in the back, Guff said. When Sara read the log of Rafferty's phone line, she saw Claire Doniger's home phone number circled in red pen every time it appeared. If it makes you feel any better, Jared was dead on the money. There's no question there's a connection between them, Guff said as Sara continued to flip pages. Rafferty may have said that they only spoke a few times, but there are almost 40 calls made during the week of the murder. 4 on the day of the burglary, when we think Arnold Doniger was murdered, and 5 on the day Claire says he died. Either way, these two were talking more than Lucy and Ethel. Good. Next up, where are we on Sunken Cheeks? Same place we always were, Guff said. Lost. When are the photographs supposed to get here? Sara asked. Right about now, Conrad said, looking at his watch. Can you... I'm on my way down. Conrad got up from his seat and headed for the door. As soon as they hit the mailroom, they're ours. Seeing that Sara looked more antsy, he added, It's okay. It's going to work out. I don't know, Sara said. What if they know about me and Jared? Conrad looked back at her. Don't worry, he said. They don't. As he turned the corner and walked past the funeral home, Elliot noticed that a dark blue town car was waiting in front of his apartment. He headed straight for the car and the window rolled down. When he looked inside, he saw Rafferty. Everything okay? Rafferty asked. Elliot didn't like the tone of the question. Why wouldn't it be? No reason. Just wanted to know if you heard anything new about Sara. Now Elliot knew something was wrong. Rafferty either had something or he was fishing for something. Nothing out of the normal, Elliot said. Why? You seen anything? Nothing out of the normal, Rafferty said, his answer smothered in sarcasm. But once the trial starts, I'm expecting a hurricane. Should be exciting. You have to let me know how it goes. Of course I will. I'd never cut you out. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, Rafferty said. Just making sure we understand each other. Always have and always will, Elliot said. So I'll see you when it's over. Rafferty nodded. As Rafferty's car pulled away from the building, Elliot turned back to his front door. Don't let him rattle you, he told himself. It's all coming together. When he reached his apartment, he headed straight for the living room and unlocked the padlock on the storage trunk that served as his coffee table. Carefully, he lifted a box from the trunk and put it on the couch. He opened the box and pulled out one of 6 sets of plastic mannequin hands. At the base of the hands, written in thick black ink, was the name Warren Eastham. Elliot carried the hands back to the kitchen and stood them upright on his table. Then carefully, he rolled up his sleeves and removed from his own hands the transparent, skin-tight latex gloves that held the sculpted fingerprints of a man who had been dead for almost 8 months. And in that moment, as he slipped the gloves back onto their plastic holders, Warren Eastham once again returned to the dead, and Elliot came back to life. "Where the hell is he?" Sara asked, looking up from the outline of her opening statement. "It's been almost 20 minutes. "You ever been in the mailroom?" Guff asked as he assembled the witness files. "Pulling a package early takes at least a month and a half. I don't have that long. We're running out of time here. We're doing the best we can, Sara. You know that." Changing the subject, Guff picked up the wedding photo that was perched on the corner of Sara's desk. "Did you and Jared have a big wedding?" he asked. "Monster. Jared's family doesn't do anything small. So you know all of his family? It's not like there are any secrets between you two?" Sara stopped reading her outline and looked up at her assistant. "You're having second thoughts, aren't you?" "They're not second thoughts. It's just that Conrad usually has a good hunch about this stuff. Plus, Jared's story, I admit it has a couple of holes, but each of them can be explained." "No, you're right. Forget I said anything. You have to trust him." Turning her attention back to the outline, Sara asked, "What about Conrad? You think I can trust him?" "Don't even start with that. Conrad would never. It's just a question. I mean, if we're going to raise the microscope, we might as well examine everyone." "So you think Conrad's involved with Victor?" "Actually, I don't think anyone's involved with Victor. But you do have to wonder why Conrad's so anxious to keep me and Jared from talking." "I think we all know the answer to that one." "Maybe," Sara said. "It's still something to think about. And speaking of which," she flipped through her Rolodex and picked up the phone. "Who are you calling?" "Our favorite medical examiner," she explained as she dialed. "Great," Guff said. "While you do that, I have a few more phone calls to make." Sara nodded to her assistant and Guff left the room. "This is Fawcett," he answered. "Hi, Dr. Fawcett. It's Sara Tate from the DA's office. I just wanted to remind you to send over a clean copy of the autopsy report before the trial. I need to submit it as evidence, and mine's all marked up." "Are you sure you haven't gotten it yet? I sent my final version over weeks ago. Messenger and all." "Really?" Sara said suspiciously. "Yes, indeed. Of course, it's easy to make another copy, but—" "Guff, did you send a messenger to Fawcett's office?" she called out, covering the phone. Guff stuck his head back in the office. "Not me, boss." Sara shook her head. "Let me ask you another question," she said, turning back to the phone. "Is it possible to fake a fingerprint?" "Define fake." "Do you need someone's actual hand to leave their fingerprint on something?" "A few years ago, the answer would be yes. Not anymore. The beauty these days is that everything's possible. If I want to leave your fingerprint on something, I just need a copy of your print on a piece of paper. If I have that, I can make a photocopy of your print. Then, while the photocopy is still hot, I put a piece of fingerprint tape on the print and lift the tape." "Off the copy?" Sara asked. "Right off the copy," Fawcett said. The toner from a copy machine is sometimes used for fingerprint powder. Once I have it on the tape, I can put that piece of tape anywhere. Bam! You're wherever I say you are. But what if there's no tape involved? Could someone do it by themselves? Maybe keeping someone else's fingerprints on top of their own? There was a prolonged pause on the other line. Eventually, he said, "If you wanted to, you might be able to do it with latex gloves. Of course, then you'd have to keep the gloves a little wet, but it's sufficiently possible." "I don't understand." Real prints usually have remnants of sweat gland secretions or some other contaminant like grease or dust. But if you kept licking the gloves or just rubbed them with a little bit of oil, you might be able to make it look like a real print. The real trick, of course, is copying the original prints, but as I said, it's not impossible. Why? Do you want to make a set of gloves? No. I want to find a set of gloves. 10 minutes later, Conrad returned to the office carrying a medium-sized box, which he dropped on Sarah's desk. "Here's our new best option." Sara got out of her seat and saw that the box was filled with thousands of neatly stacked photographs. Each of them was a portrait of a man in his army uniform, posed in front of an American flag. Coslow was stationed at Fort Jackson in South Carolina when he first joined the Army, Conrad explained. He made it halfway through basic training, got in a fight with a fellow recruit, and got the boot soon after. Apparently, he didn't want to face the consequences that went along with his attitude problems. "So who's in these pictures?" she asked as she shuffled through the photographs. "Everyone on his team?" "Team?" Conrad asked. "Do you know anything about military terminology? A team has 2 to 3 people. A squad has 9. A platoon is 3 to 4 squads. A company is 3 to 4 platoons. A battalion is 5 companies. A brigade is 2 battalions. And a division is 3 brigades, which is about 5,000 people. Sara looked down at the thousands of photographs on her desk. "So is that everyone in his brigade?" "It's everyone who was at Fort Jackson while Coslow was there. And the first pile is everyone in his basic training company. If you look carefully, you may find sunken cheeks." Flipping through the first pile of photographs, Sara said, "This is impossible. Look at these guys. They're all the same. Square shoulders and a crew cut. Square shoulders and a crew cut. Square shoulders and a crew cut. After the first bunch, it gets maddening. I might as well be looking through yearbooks or something stupid like that." As Sara picked up the next pile of pictures, Guff came barging into the office, waving a fax. "Start writing your thank you cards, ladies and gents, because Guff just saved the day." Conrad shot Guff a skeptical look. "This better be good." "Oh, it is, most solemn one." He looked down at his fax. "While you were searching through the military past, I took the other way around and started searching through the present. I took the 2 names that came up from Sunken Cheek's fingerprints and ran them through BCI. Saul Broder and Warren Eastham have almost nothing in common. They weren't born in the same cities, neither of them was in the military, they didn't live near each other, and as far as I can tell, they didn't even know each other. But they did have one thing in common. They were both criminals. So I ran a search on every piece of their criminal records. What their crimes were, when they were arrested, who their lawyers were, where they served their time. You name it, I searched it. Again, nothing came up. Both Broder and Eastham served their time upstate at the Hudson facility, but Broder was there 4 years ago, while Eastham was there 2 years ago. They were never there at the same time." "So what's your great find?" Conrad asked impatiently. "My great find is that a closer examination revealed the one thing Broder and Eastham had in common. When Saul Broder left the Hudson facility, Warren Eastham occupied his old cell." "So?" Conrad asked. "So that means they shared the same cellmate," Sara said. "Exactly," Guff said with a smile. "And that cellmate is..." Guff held up the faxed mugshot of a prisoner. It was blurry, but it was definitely sunken cheeks. Sarah's eyes went wide. "That's him," Sara said, grabbing the facts out of Guff's hands. "That's the guy who threatened me." "Unbelievable," Conrad said. "You may get Employee of the Month for this one." "I'm shooting for the whole year," Guff said. "So who is he?" Sara asked, still studying the picture. "His name is Elliot Traylor. That's all we have right now, but give me an hour and we'll have the rest." "Here we go," Guff said, reading from a file folder as he stood in the middle of Sara's office. "The life and times of Elliot Traylor. He was born in Queens, New York, to Phyllis Traylor, who raised him on her own." "What happened to his father?" Sara asked. "There's no mention of a father," Guff said. "The family grew up relatively poor in Queens, and Elliot's mother used to work as both a secretary and a waitress. Here's the interesting part, though. According to their tax records, Elliot's mother used to work for a company called Stage Rights Unlimited, and that was the original name for, you guessed it, Echo Enterprises," Conrad said. "Are you kidding me?" Sara asked. "Wait, it gets better. When she was at Stage Rights, Phyllis Traylor was the personal secretary for Mr. Arnold Doniger. But according to her unemployment records, she was fired from Stage Rights a few months before Elliot was born." "That was at least 25 to 30 years ago," Sara said. "Is she still alive?" "No, she died 7 years ago from lung cancer. Elliot went to high school in Queens and then won an engineering scholarship to Brooklyn College. His test scores say he was quite the boy genius, but he apparently had a hard time when his mother passed away. He was only a sophomore in college at the time." "What was he in prison for?" Conrad asked. "Aggravated sexual abuse and aggravated assault. Seems he had a difference of opinion with a woman he was courting. She started screaming it was rape. He punched her in the face and broke her jaw. Luckily, someone heard and called the cops. From the file we have on him, he's a brutal bastard. Smart, too." "That engineering degree might explain the fingerprints," Sara said. "I still don't understand one thing," Conrad said. "What the hell does Elliot have to gain if Kozlow is found guilty?" "Maybe he's holding a grudge from when his mom was fired all those years ago," Guff suggested. "Too corny," Sara said, "and not strong enough to make him take all those risks. Maybe he's been hired by someone else who hates Kozlow and Rafferty for some other reason." "No, now you're getting off track," Conrad said. "If Elliot is involved, he must have something to gain. There's a $50 million business on the line here." "Then let me ask you this," Guff said as he joined Sara on the couch. "If they take the money away from Rafferty, who gets it?" "According to the will, it goes to Arnold Doniger's heirs." "So Claire does get it?" Guff asked, confused. "No, the will specifically states that Claire takes nothing, and since she waived everything else in the prenup, it goes to his other surviving relatives. First, they'll look to see if he has any children. Then they'll—" "Stop right there," Conrad said. "What if Arnold Doniger has a son he doesn't know about?" "How do you have a son you don't—" Suddenly a cold chill ran down Sara's back. "Oh my God. You think Elliot—" "Why not? It's the only thing that makes sense." "Hold on a second," Guff said. "You think Elliot is Arnold Doniger's son?" "Actually, I do," Sara said. "Look at the facts. Elliot's mother spends 5 years working as Arnold Doniger's secretary. Over time, a little office romance develops and Arnold starts having a little fun behind his first wife's back. Then the bad news hits. Elliot's mom is pregnant. 6 months before the baby's due, Arnold tells her to hit the road. He may have tons of money, but he can't let an illegitimate child ruin his marriage, his reputation, and his lifestyle." "I'm with you," Conrad said. 6 months later, Elliot is born. His mother has no job, no money, and, as the birth certificate says, no husband. When Elliot is old enough, his mother tells him the story of his father, and for years, Elliot harbors nothing but hatred for the man who won't acknowledge his existence. So when the opportunity comes to get Dad's money, his rightful inheritance, Elliot wants to make sure he's first in line. See, I think he's more involved than that, Sara said. Elliot has way too much information to just be showing up at the reading of the will. You think he took part in the murder? That's the only way to explain how he knew about the wine cellar, Sara pointed out. He and Rafferty could have plotted Arnold's death together. Rafferty would get the money. Elliot would get revenge. But when Coslow got arrested and the plan fell apart, Elliot realized that he had even more to gain than the resolution of his I hate daddy complex. At that point, he switched sides, turned on Rafferty, and pushed me to win. As the logic of her own argument registered, Sara slumped back in disgust. Which means Elliot plotted the death of his own father. I know it's hard to fathom, but it happens all the time, Conrad said. But it's his father, Sara said, disgusted. How do you kill your own parent? By hiring Tony Coslow to give him an overdose of insulin. There's only one problem, Guff said. If Elliot's involved with the death, isn't he also covered by the Slayer statute? Of course, Sara said. But that doesn't mean he's not a greedy little scumbag. Besides, the only way to prove Elliot was involved with Arnold's death is if Rafferty rats him out. And if he does that, Rafferty will be admitting his own involvement. Which he'll never do, because if he does, he'll never see a dime of Arnold's money, Conrad said. Exactly, Sara added. You think? Guff asked skeptically. It seems a little far-fetched to me. I disagree, Sara said. You'd be surprised what people will do when their family's involved. Or what they won't do, Conrad said. Like keep their mouths shut. But a bizarro electric complex? What's the likelihood of... Either way, it doesn't matter, Sara interrupted. Regardless of what you believe, Elliot's clearly the man we're looking for. So what do we do now? Guff asked. That's easy, Sara said. Have you ever heard of a prisoner's dilemma? At 9 o'clock that evening, Sara, Conrad, and Guff packed up their belongings. You really think it'll work? Guff asked as he put on his jacket. It can't miss, Sara said, stuffing 2 legal pads into her briefcase. Of course it can miss, Conrad said. If you tell Jared and Jared tells Victor, don't start with that. Then don't tell him. The plan only works if everything's kept quiet. That means no one should know about it, especially your husband. Why are you so convinced that Jared's involved with Victor? Why would he possibly do that to me? I told you before, maybe you don't know him as well as you think you do. What if he and Victor are running this case-burying business together? Assuming Victor does it for money, he still needs some good way to find the richest defendants. And as an up-and-comer in a big-name law firm, Jared's the perfect scout. That's why he doesn't have any clients. They're all off the books. That's impossible. Is it? Are you sure? Think about it, Sara. Think carefully. People have lapses of strength all the time. All he needs is the tiniest push. He's not satisfied at work. He's sick of living in a tiny 1-bedroom apartment. He needs the money. He's having trouble making partner. I don't want to hear this, Sara said as she struggled to stuff a file folder in her briefcase. Realizing it wouldn't fit, she added, Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this thing? Take it easy, Guff said as he helped her with the folder. Sara, if you tell Jared and he's on the other side, this thing'll blow up in our faces. We'll be sitting there thinking it's all going to work out, and then out of nowhere, boom. Sara jumped at Conrad's sound effect. Next thing you know, we're finished. Conrad let the silence of the room drive home his point. But if Jared doesn't know, he'll be fine, Sara. It's not like I'm asking a lot. I don't need you to lie to him. I just want you to keep it quiet. Otherwise, we risk watching all our hard work slip away." Sara turned to Guff. "What do you think?" "I don't know. I see Conrad's point, but part of me keeps thinking that once you doubt Jared, there's no going back." "Don't be so melodramatic," Conrad said. "It's just one little secret, nothing more. Now what do you say?" "I'm not sure," Sara said. "Let me see how tonight goes." A half hour after she arrived at home, Sara was sitting in front of the computer, staring at a blank screen. When she had first walked in, she had expected to find her husband cooking in the kitchen or typing in the bedroom. But as she made her way to the back of the apartment, she was surprised to find neither. Determined to take advantage of Jared's absence, she'd quickly exchanged her business suit for sweatpants and a t-shirt and pulled a chair up to the computer. Now was the time to decide, she thought, before he gets home. Carefully weighing each of the arguments in her head, she tried her best to reach a solution. Deep down, she wanted to believe him. It was the only choice. But the longer she sat alone in the silent apartment, and the longer she looked down at her watch, wondering where Jared was, the more she started to doubt him. And the more she started to doubt him, the more she saw the strength of Conrad's argument. She didn't have to lie to Jared. She just had to keep quiet. Sensing the arrival of rationalization, Sara wondered what Pop would do in the same situation. He'd tell the truth, she thought. What about Jared's parents? They'd lie. What about her own parents? What would they do? Sara walked over to the row of pictures on her dresser, picked out the photo of her parents, and sat down on her bed. It was an old picture, taken on the day Sara got accepted to Hunter College. Her father was so proud that when they went out to a small nearby restaurant to celebrate, he brought the acceptance letter and showed it to the waiter. Then he took a picture of Sara with the letter, and his wife with the letter, and even the waiter with the letter. Finally, Sara grabbed the camera and said, "How about we get some people in the next one?" Within an instant, Sara's father had wrapped his arm around his wife and placed his hand so confidently on her shoulder. On the count of 3, Sara snapped the picture. Over a dozen years later, Sara loved the picture not because it was a great one, and not because it made her parents look beautiful. She loved it because every time she looked at it, she remembered that day. The acceptance letter, the pride, the waiter, the food, and most important, the people there. The click of the front door locks jarred Sara from her memory. Jared was finally home. Brushing her thumb across the glass that covered her parents' image, she knew it was time to move past the lessons of death and to pay attention to the ones about life. When Jared burst into the room, she could tell that he had already prepared his excuse. Racing to the computer, he was ready to type out why he was late and where he'd been and why she had to believe him about Victor. But before he even passed the bed, Sara stepped in front of him. Jared was biting at his bottom lip. He looked anxious, almost nervous. It would definitely be easy to keep the secret, she thought. Just don't say a word. She sat down at the computer, unclenched her fists, and fought her hesitation. Don't look back, she told herself. Only forward. And as her fingers danced across the keyboard, Sara Tate took her leap of faith. Over her shoulder, Jared read the words, "Here's the plan." Sitting on a discarded milk crate in the basement, he stared intensely at the monitor. It was propped up on 2 other crates, and it bathed the dark room in the artificial glow of blue light. When he saw the first few words flicker across the screen, he smiled at his own ingenuity. It hadn't been difficult to put in the splitter, but it did take some time to find the exact location of the gas furnace's vent pipe. Once he had that, though, he just dropped a plumb line from the hole in their wall down to the basement. That's what it took to get the wire down there. A washer on a string. All he'd had to do was make sure no one was home, which, for him, was as easy as finding out about their meeting in Brooklyn. He just had to know where to look, and who to speak to. Slowly, the screen was filled with Sarah's plan. And as he read every word, Elliot nodded to himself. There was nothing to worry about. Sarah, Rafferty, all of them. They'd never know what hit them. Chapter 18. At 6:30 in the morning on the day of the trial, Sarah and Jared sat at their kitchen table, staring silently at each other. Although Sarah had made herself her favorite breakfast, a giant bowl of Apple Jacks and a tall glass of orange juice, she'd barely touched it. No matter how well prepared she was for this day, no matter how much thought she'd put into it, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to be done. As Conrad had warned her the night before, there was nothing like the anxiety of opening day. No amount of experience could appease it. No amount of preparation could allay it. Sitting across the table from his wife, Jared was consumed by the same fears. 10 minutes ago, he had toasted 2 slices of rye toast without the crust. He still hadn't taken more than a bite. Since the day he'd arrived at Wayne and Portnoy, he'd been involved in at least 20 different trials. He'd personally been first chair on 7 of them. And while he had already expertly faced dozens of doubting jurors, opening day was always the same. No appetite, upset stomach, striking pain in the base of his neck. That was the way every trial started, and that was what he felt as he stared across at his wife. After shoving aside her cereal and orange juice, Sarah pulled out a pen and scribbled a quick note on the corner of Jared's newspaper. "Good luck, my love. See you in court." Then, as silently as she could, she gave him a tender kiss on his forehead. A minute later, she was gone. As Jared stood up to throw out his toast, the phone rang. "Hello," he said. "She looks good today," Rafferty said. "Sharp coat, nice shoes, no jewelry. Clearly she's dressed to impress." "Stay the hell away from her," Jared warned. "Don't make threats. They piss me off." "Where are you?" Jared asked. "In my car, right outside your front door. I'm here to give you a ride to the courthouse." "I don't need—" "It's not an offer, Jared. Come downstairs. Now." Jared quickly put on his overcoat and grabbed his briefcase. He'd expected Rafferty to offer a final bit of advice before the trial, but he hadn't thought it'd be this early. Outside, the morning was typical for a New York winter. Bitter cold, no sun, gray skies. When Jared opened the door to Rafferty's car, he saw both Coslow and Rafferty waiting. "Big day, boss," Coslow said. "How do I look?" "It'll do," Jared said, eyeing the suit they'd bought for the grand jury. "Make sure to wear the glasses." "I got 'em right here," Coslow said, patting his breast pocket. "Safe and sound." As Jared took a seat in the back of the car, he could feel Rafferty staring coldly at him. Attempting to ignore the nausea that was dancing in his stomach, Jared asked, "Everything okay?" "I wanted to see how you were doing." "Then you'll be happy to know that I hit pay dirt last night. I saw her questions for Doniger and Officer McCabe. I read her opening statement, and I got a look at her evidence list. We're in good shape. We're now prepared for everything she's bringing up." "What about jury selection?" "Do I look like a complete novice to you? I know exactly who I'm after. Female, white, college-educated, hopefully liberal. They take it easy on defendants. And they hate female attorneys." "What about Sarah? Who's she after?" "Don't worry about Sarah. She's never even done her own jury selection. I'm sure Conrad will have coached her, but she'll still be up there alone." "So you think you've got it under control?" Coslow asked. "You think the odds are you'll pull out a victory?" "There are no odds in criminal defense work," Jared said. Either the jury buys your bullshit or they see what you're selling and send you on your way. Well, then they better buy your bullshit, Rafferty warned. Listen, I don't need your... No, you listen, Rafferty shot back. I don't want to hear that you can't give us odds, and I don't want to hear that you're not sure of the outcome. The only thing I want to hear out of your mouth is that you're going to win this waste of my time case. In fact, that's what I want you to do. In your own words, I want you to tell me, Rafferty, we're going to win this case. Jared was silent. Say it. Repeat after me, Rafferty said. Rafferty, we're going to win this case. Without a doubt, I'm going to win this case for you. Still, Jared didn't say a word. What are you, deaf? Coslow asked, digging his thumb into the cut on Jared's chin. Say the damn sentence. Glaring at Rafferty, Jared growled, Rafferty, we're going to win this case. Without a doubt, I'm going to win this case for you. That's great news, Mr. Lynch, Rafferty said. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Standing outside the courtroom, Sara nervously searched the hallway for Conrad. Although it was still 20 minutes before they were supposed to meet, she'd long become accustomed to Conrad being early. And if he wasn't early, in Sara's mind, he was late. Too anxious to wait around, she went to the women's restroom and ran the water until it was warm. She stuck her hands under the faucet, leaving them there for almost a minute. It was a trick Pop had taught her for her first law firm interview. The only known cure for sweaty hands. As Sara held her hands under the water, she thought she heard a noise from one of the 4 stalls on the opposite wall. Shutting off the water, she looked in the mirror. No one was behind her. She bent over and took a quick glance under the stalls. No one in sight. Not again, she thought. Cautiously, Sara approached the first stall. She held her breath as she pushed open the door. Empty. Slowly, she pushed open the second door. Empty. As she moved to the third door, her heart was pounding. She carefully nudged it open. Again, empty. Finally, she reached the last door. She knew this was it. Over her shoulder, she thought she saw something behind her. Spinning around, she realized it was nothing, just her imagination. Once again, she faced the door. With a quick thrust of her leg, she kicked it wide open. Empty. Shaking her head, Sara tried her best to pull it together. Don't let him do this to you, she told herself. But no matter how hard she tried to ignore him, she couldn't help but notice that her hands were once again covered in sweat. After another regime of warm water on her hands, Sara returned to the waiting area outside the courtroom. Conrad still wasn't there. Finally, at 10 to 9, she saw him turn the corner of the hallway. With his usual confident, determined pace, he brusquely marched toward the courtroom. Ready? He asked. I'm not sure. Am I supposed to feel like I'm about to lose consciousness? It's your first case, and it's a hell of a case at that. It's okay to be jittery. Jittery's one thing. Vomitous is another. They're both normal. Now put it out of your head and move on, Conrad said. Believe me, the moment the judge bangs his gavel, you'll get in your zone. Every great litigator has the same reaction. A trial makes you more decisive than usual. The emotion hits later. I hope you're right, Sara said as she opened the door and stepped into the courtroom. Because if you're not, you're going to be carrying me back to the office. As she walked down the middle aisle toward the front of the room, Sara looked around. Doniger wasn't there. Neither was Officer McCabe. The only people in the courtroom were the court clerk, the stenographer, and 2 court officers. Approaching the prosecutor's table on the left-hand side of the room, Sara put down her briefcase and turned toward Conrad. You don't think... She stopped when she saw Jared and Kozlo enter the courtroom. Shooting a cold stare at his wife, Jared made his way to the defense table and set down his briefcase. He then turned his back to Sara and Conrad. "Aren't you going to say hello?" Kozlo asked. "Shut up," Jared said, opening up his briefcase. For the next 10 minutes, both parties sat silently at their respective tables, waiting for Judge Bogdanos to arrive. Periodically, Sara looked over her shoulder, scanning the crowd. "This is bad," she said to Conrad. "I think we're in trouble." Before Conrad could reply, the clerk of the court announced, "All rise. The Honorable Samuel T. Bogdanos presiding." Rubbing his well-trimmed beard, Bogdanos took the bench and motioned for everyone to return to their seats. After checking to see that both parties were present, he asked if there were any final motions or anything else to discuss before jury selection took place. "No," Sara said. "No, Your Honor," Jared said. "Then let's begin. Mitchell, please bring in the jurors." The taller of the two court officers walked to the back of the room and stepped out to the hallway. He returned with 20 prospective jurors. As the prospects filed into the jury box, Guff came running into the room with a panicked expression on his face. He rushed to the front row of the spectator section and got Sara's attention. "I need to speak to you," he said. "Why?" she said. "I thought you were going to—" "Forget about that," Guff said, his voice deathly serious. "We've got problems." Seeing that the jurors still weren't seated, Sara got out of her seat and approached her assistant. "This better be good. We're trying to make an impression on—" "Claire Doniger is dead," Guff interrupted. "What?" Sara asked, her mouth agape. "That can't be." "I'm telling you, she's dead. They found her body early this morning. She's a real mess. Throat slashed, knife jammed in her skull. She was completely mutilated." "Ms. Tate, may I remind you that we have a jury to select," Bogdanos said, losing his patience. Sara turned around and saw that Conrad, Jared, Kozlo, the judge, the court staff, and all the jurors were staring at her. "Your Honor, may I approach the bench?" she asked. "No, Ms. Tate, you may not approach the bench. I already asked if there were—" "We have an emergency," Sara said. Scrutinizing Sara with a penetrating gaze, Bogdanos said, "Approach." Jared and Conrad followed Sara to the bench. Sara leaned in toward the judge. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Your Honor, but my assistant just told me that one of our key witnesses was found dead this morning." "What?" Jared blurted. "Who is it?" Conrad asked. "Harrison?" "Don't say another word," Bogdanos warned. He looked over at the jury. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to do this to you, but we need a few more minutes before we begin. So we're going to ask that you continue to wait in the hallway until we're ready. Mitchell, if you don't mind." When the court officer was finished escorting the jurors out of the courtroom, Jared asked, "Who is it? What happened?" "It's Claire Doniger," Sara said. "They found her murdered early this morning." "What?" Kozlo asked, sounding shocked. "Don't give us that innocent nonsense," Conrad warned Kozlo. "Don't you dare make an accusation," Jared said, pointing a finger at Conrad. "Enough," Bogdanos said. "Ms. Tate, what would you like me to do?" Sara looked at Conrad. "We'd like to ask for a continuance until we can get some more information," Conrad said. "Although we know the trial will have to go forward, we'll require at least a day or two to reorganize our case. Claire Doniger was a vital witness for us." "Your Honor, there's no reason for a continuance," Jared jumped in. "This death may be a surprise, but her testimony was duplicative. I ask that the motion be—" "A witness just died, Mr. Lynch," Bogdanos warned. "Even you should acknowledge that. Motion granted. We'll continue Monday morning." "What did he say?" Kozlo asked as Jared hung up the payphone on the first floor of 100 Center Street. "I've never heard Rafferty like that. He was devastated. His voice was shaking. He kept asking me questions, but it was like he was lost. Jared picked up his briefcase and headed for the front door of the courthouse. I have to be honest, though. I thought you guys... Jesus, man, are you nuts? This isn't some crusty old neighbor. This is Claire we're talking about. Rafferty was crazy for her. If I even looked in her direction, he'd smack me in the back of the head. Maybe they had a falling out or something. Not a chance. Man, did they really find her with a knife in her skull? It sounds like she was really brutalized. Do you have any idea who might have done it? Just one, Kozlow said. And if it's him, I pity the poor bastard. Rafferty's gonna rip him apart. As he walked up the 3 flights of stairs to Elliot's apartment, Conrad tried to be as quiet as possible. He didn't think Elliot was home, but he wasn't taking any chances. That's why he had insisted on coming alone. With everything that had happened, it was the only way to make sure nothing got out. Secrecy guaranteed privacy. And once Conrad had privacy, the rest of his role was easy. Get inside and wait until Elliot shows up. Catching him unprepared would put him on the defensive. Then, as soon as he walked in, explain the situation. The fingerprints on the knife that killed Claire were traced back to Elliot, and everyone now knew he murdered her. Of course, Elliot would deny it, but that wasn't the point. All that really mattered was that Elliot heard Sarah's deal. If Elliot gave them a statement on Kozlow and Rafferty, they'd reduce Claire's murder to manslaughter. And if Conrad could get that, they were halfway home. Reaching Elliot's front door, Conrad put his finger over the peephole and tapped lightly on the door. No answer. He knocked again. Still no answer. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the 6 skeleton keys that a colleague in crime scene had given him. Although most of the keys didn't work on new, more advanced locks, they still had a high success rate on old locks in run-down buildings. Like Elliot's. One by one, Conrad tried each key. The first 3 didn't work, but on his 4th try, Conrad heard the quiet click of access. Smiling to himself, he turned the knob and opened the door. He couldn't wait to surprise Elliot. He couldn't wait to pin him in a corner, and he couldn't wait to watch him squirm. The only problem was, Elliot was home the entire time. He'd known Conrad was coming since late the previous night, and as he pulled back the hammer on his gun, he was fully prepared to deal with him. Stepping inside Elliot's apartment, Conrad didn't even see the first shot coming. When the elevator doors opened, Jared and Kozlow stepped out and headed for Jared's office. "Are we done for the day?" Kozlow asked. "I'm getting tired of wearing this suit." "Then take it off. I could care less." As Jared approached Kathleen's desk, Kathleen said, "You better call Rafferty. He's been calling non-stop for the past..." Kathleen's phone rang. "There he is again." "Put him through," Jared said as he entered his office. Picking up the phone, he said, "Rafferty, are you..." "Where the hell have you been?" Rafferty asked, his voice racing. "I need to know what's happening. What's going on with the investigation, where they took her so I can..." "Calm down a second." "Don't tell me what to do," Rafferty shouted. "This is my life. Do you understand? It's my life. Whoever did this, I want you to find that son of a bitch and tell him he's dead. Listen, I'm sorry about what happened, but I need you to relax and control your temper. If they found her early this morning, we'll have some information by the afternoon. Until then, you should just... Are you going to be able to get that information?" "I assume so. Sarah should have access to..." "That's all I needed to hear. I'm coming down there." With a slam, Rafferty was gone. Glancing over her shoulder, Sarah checked to see if anyone was following her into 80 Center Street. Seeing no one who looked particularly suspicious, she entered the building. "Hey, Sara," Darnell said the moment she stepped inside the elevator. "How's the trial?" "A mess," she answered. "One of our witnesses was just found dead." "Mob case?" Darnell asked. "I wish," Sara said. "That'd be easier." When the elevator reached the 7th floor, 4 people got off. Sara wasn't one of them. "Your stop, Kojak. What you waiting for?" "Damn. I forgot something in the courthouse," Sara said. "I have to get back over there." When the elevator doors closed, she was alone with Darnell. "Can you take me to the basement without stopping on the other floors? I don't want anyone to see where I'm going." "Pretty sneaky, sis," Darnell said as he pulled down on the elevator switch. "Bottom floor, coming up." When she reached the basement, Sara walked straight down the main hallway until she reached a door marked Interrogation Room. Passing it, she opened the next door on her right and quietly stepped in and took a seat. On the viewing side of a large 2-way mirror, Sara watched as Officer McCabe stared down at his prisoner. All Sara could see was McCabe's back, but his body language revealed the rest. Things were not going smoothly. His shoulders were tense and his fists were tightened. Clearly annoyed, McCabe pulled a rusty chair from under the interrogation table and took a seat. And at that moment, Sara got a good look at McCabe's prisoner. "Don't tell me to be patient," Claire Doniger told McCabe, raising her voice. "I've been here since 6 this morning. You won't let me make a phone call. I'm not allowed to see anyone. You'd think I was the one under arrest." "For the 10th time, Mrs. Doniger, the trial doesn't start until jury selection is done," McCabe explained. "When that happens, you'll go across the street to testify. Until then, you're here for your own safety." Sara leaned back in her chair. It was all going perfectly. "No, I understand," Jared said into the phone. There was a long pause. "If that's what it says, we'll deal with it. And if I see him, I'll let him know. Yeah, I will. I promise." "Well," Rafferty asked before Jared could even hang up the phone, "what did they say?" "The good news is they lifted dozens of prints from the knife in Claire's body," Jared said to Rafferty. "The bad news is all the prints are yours." "Oh, man," Kozlow said, laughing. "They're wrong," Rafferty said definitively. "It's not possible. They don't even have my fingerprints." "They do now. They got them from your office," Jared explained. "Sara has you down as her top suspect, so she sent crime scene over to Echo. They pulled perfect fingerprints from your coffee mug, from your desk, even from your doorknobs." Seeing the instant change in Rafferty's complexion, Jared asked, "Are you okay?" "It's not possible," Rafferty stammered. "I swear to God it wasn't me." "I believe you," Jared said. "But as an attorney, I have to warn you that—" "I haven't even seen her for a week," Rafferty insisted. "Then is there anyone else who might have had access to your fingerprints?" Jared asked. "Anyone who has something to gain if you take the fall?" "You don't think," Kozlow began. "That scheming little toad," Rafferty growled. "If Elliot—" Cutting himself off, he turned to Jared. "Is there a warrant out for my arrest yet?" "Not that I know of, but there will be by the end of the day." "Good," Rafferty said. "Let them come for me then." Getting out of his seat, he stormed out of the room with Kozlow right behind him. "Who's Elliot?" Jared called out as they left. Neither of them answered. When Rafferty and Kozlow were gone, Kathleen came into the office. "So far so good?" she asked Jared. "I don't know," Jared said. "Ask me in an hour." The first bullet hit him in the chest. The second one ripped through his stomach. But the first thing Conrad noticed was the taste of blood in his mouth. It came up almost immediately and reminded him of the bitter taste of black licorice. That's when the real pain set in. It wasn't like the pain when he broke his arm playing rugby. That was confined and sharp in focus. This cut to his core. As his body went numb, he felt less. But somehow, it hurt more. His vision started to blur, but he could still see his attacker across the room. Elliot was sitting at the kitchen table, watching the event as if it were dinner theater. He was waiting for Conrad to fall, but Conrad wasn't giving in. "You better have more than that," he shouted at Elliot, barely able to hear his own voice. 2 more shots rang out. One hit Conrad's arm, the other his chest. His body was in shock now. But even as his thick legs started to buckle, Conrad staggered forward, lumbering toward Elliot with his arms extended. He tried to speak, but he couldn't. Elliot fired another shot. It hit Conrad in the shoulder and pushed him backwards. For a second. Then he continued his march toward the table. He knew he was dying, but he was so close. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Elliot shouted. "It's over." Not yet, Conrad thought. Not until he... A final shot exploded, catching Conrad in the throat. That was it. That was all he had. Grasping his neck, he felt himself losing consciousness. Everything turned white. He hit the floor with a thundering crash. His last thoughts were of his first wife and the day they met. Still pointing his gun at Conrad, Elliot didn't move. Slowly, he circled around to the side of Conrad's body. Refusing to lower his gun, he used his foot to turn him over. Elliot wasn't taking any chances. With a quick shove, he got his answer. It was over. Conrad was gone. When she returned to 80 Center Street, Sara headed straight to her office, where Guff was waiting impatiently. "So?" Guff asked as Sara shut the door. "How'd it go with Rafferty?" Double-checking to see that her blinds were closed, she answered, "I had to keep it short because I was on the payphone across the street, but Jared said he went nuts. He and Kozlo tore out of the office before Jared could even pass along our offer." "I still can't believe you told him," Guff said. "How can you say that? He has the exact same incentive to catch Rafferty and Kozlo." "And what about Victor?" "Can you please stop? It's all working out. Jared hasn't said a word." "So they definitely believe Claire is dead?" "Who wouldn't?" Sara said proudly. "They pulled her out at 6 o'clock this morning, locked her in a room, sent crime scene to her house, and sent 6 people to Echo Enterprises to do fingerprint work. We even started a few office rumors. Except for an actual body, we have all the makings of a gruesome murder. You're not holding back, are you?" "After what those bastards put us through? Not for a second," Sara said. "Why? You getting worried?" "Just about the repercussions. Was Monahan mad when you told him?" Sara was silent. "You did tell him, didn't you?" Again, Sara didn't respond. "Oh, man," Guff said. "I can't believe you didn't tell him. When he finds out, we're going to get reamed. Do you know how many resources we're wasting to pull this off? Not to mention all the potential ethics violations." "I know," Sara said. "I just didn't want to risk a leak." "You told Jared, didn't you?" "You know that's different. It was okay to tell him, and it was okay to tell the ambulance drivers who picked up the imaginary body and a few of McCabe's cop friends, but that's where I want to draw the line. I figured the fewer people who know, the better." "Are you reading my lips here?" Guff asked. Slowly, he whispered the words, "He's our boss." "And if he wants to ream someone, he can ream me," Sara said. "Otherwise, we're doing this the way we designed. It's a perfect prisoner's dilemma. If Rafferty and Elliot both stay quiet, they're safe. But if one leaks, the other knows he's going down. In a few hours, self-preservation's going to make one of them snap. All we have to do is wait for the fireworks." "You really think it's going to be that easy?" Nothing's easy, Sara said. But as long as we're the only ones who know the truth, it'll all work out. After dragging the body into the living room, Elliot went back to the kitchen and picked up the phone. He dialed Rafferty's number and waited. Eventually, he heard Rafferty answer, "Hello?" "How you doing?" Elliot asked. "Having a rough day?" "You killed her, didn't you?" Rafferty asked. "I'm going to rip your head off, you gloating little—" Now, don't overreact," Elliot interrupted. "Why don't you come down here and we can have a little talk?" "If you want to talk, I want you up here." "Not a chance. We do it here or not at all. Take some time and think about it. You'll be happy you came. I have something I think you'll want to see." "What do you—" Elliot hung up the phone. Turning back to the table, he opened a small box of bullets and reloaded his gun. To his left was a set of plastic hands. At the base of the hands, 2 words were written in black ink. Oscar Rafferty. This was it, he thought. All he had to do was wait. "Why hasn't he called?" Guff asked, leaning his chin on Sara's desk and staring at the phone. "It's only been 2 hours," Sara said. "Give him time." "Maybe he's in trouble." "He's fine. I'm sure he's just trying to make it realistic. You know how Conrad is. Can't rush perfection." "How do you think McCabe is doing with Doniger?" "When I saw him, she was driving him nuts." "Then maybe we should go down there," Guff suggested, "just to give her an update." "If it'll make you happy, let's go," Sara said, following Guff to the door. A few minutes later, Sara and Guff reached the basement. Hoping to get a look at how things were going, they entered the viewing room first. But as they stared out through the 2-way mirror, all they saw was an empty room. Before they could even react, Officer McCabe darted into the viewing room, his forehead dripping sweat. "Please tell me she's with you," he said. "What are you talking about?" Guff asked. "Where the hell is Doniger?" Sara demanded. "I don't know," McCabe said. "She asked me to get her some coffee, and when I got back, she was gone." "Oh my God!" Guff shouted. "What do you mean, she's gone?" Sara asked, panic filling her voice. "She can't be gone." "How long ago did this happen?" Guff asked. "Not even 10 minutes ago," McCabe said. "I was checking the bathroom, but when I heard the noise coming from here, I ran back and found you." "Guff, watch the elevators," Sara instructed, "and keep an eye on the stairs. The 2 of us will check every room down here. We're in a basement. It's not like she can crawl out a window." Sara darted full speed down the hallway, entering every room she came to. The basement was mostly used as a storage area, so room after room was filled with nothing but industrial-sized file cabinets. How could she get out? Sara asked herself. Did she know it was a setup? Did someone tell her? Did McCabe let her out on purpose? At that moment, Sara stopped. What if Victor had something on McCabe? And what if Jared told Victor? No, he'd never do that. Get it out of your head. Within 10 minutes, every room had been searched. Claire Doniger was nowhere in sight. I can't believe this, Sara said, trying to catch her breath. Turning to McCabe, she asked, How could you leave her alone? Were you even thinking? Listen, honey, I did my best to watch her. It's not my fault. Oh, really? Then whose fault is it? It must be mine, because I'm the moron who thought you were up to the job of babysitting. Calm down, Guff said. He pulled Sara away from McCabe. It'll be okay. No, it won't, Sara insisted. The moment Rafferty and Elliot find out she's alive, we're dead. Chapter 19. You really think she's dumb enough to go to Rafferty's? Sara asked as she sat next to Guff in the back seat of the speeding police car. She's got nowhere else to go, one of the 2 police officers in the front seat said. Her house is a crime scene. But she doesn't know that. If she's really in love with Rafferty, that's where she's headed, the officer said. Now tell me about your husband. Were you able to find him? There's no answer at his office, Sara said, trying to sound confident. I called some of the partners he works with, but no one's seen him or his assistant since this morning. Guff looked over at his boss. Sara, what if he... I'm sure he's just out of the office, Sara interrupted anxiously. But what if he's not? Maybe we should have waited for Conrad. We left a message at the office. He'll find it when he gets back. Try your husband again, the officer said. He handed her his cellular phone. Not now, she insisted, refusing to face the possibility. Wait until we're done with Rafferty. When they arrived at Rafferty's building, the two police officers approached the doorman. We're here to see Oscar Rafferty in apartment 1708, one of them said. The doorman reached for the phone, and the officer added, We'd prefer if you didn't call him. The doorman ushered them inside and said, I don't know anything. I don't want to know anything. I don't care. You're a real humanitarian, Guff said as they entered the lobby. No one said another word until all four of them were inside the elevator. As they approached the 17th floor, Sara turned to Guff. Obviously, Rafferty can't know we're looking for Doniger. So the story is that we're looking for Koslow. Easy enough, yes? Everyone nodded in silent agreement. Reaching into the pocket of her pantsuit, Sara rechecked the gun that Conrad had given her before he left for Hoboken. Seeing what Sara was doing, Guff said, Stop worrying about it. You don't have to use it. He just thought you should have it. It's fine, Sara said. I can handle it. At Rafferty's door, Sara rang the bell. Who is it? Rafferty asked. Mr. Rafferty, it's Sara Tate from the district attorney's office. I spoke to you last week. Suddenly, the door opened and Rafferty looked out at his visitors. His features were drawn. His usually combed-back hair was a stringy mess, and his Brioni sportswear had been replaced by creased khakis and a rumpled shirt with the cuffs undone. What is it, Ms. Tate? He asked abruptly. Sorry to bother you again, but I was wondering if we could ask for a bit more of your time. If this is about Claire, I want you to know that I'd never... We can deal with that later, Sara said. Right now, we were hoping to take a quick look around your apartment. We have reason to believe that Tony Koslow might be here. Why would... Rafferty fought to keep his composure. You're welcome to come in. As Rafferty stepped aside, Guff and the two officers made their way into the apartment and began their search. Sara stayed with Rafferty. Studying his tired eyes, she tried to figure out what he knew. I understand you sent a fingerprint crew to my office this morning, Rafferty said, breaking the silence. I did. And I was surprised to find out that you weren't at work today. Why'd you take the day off? Busy with other things? Ms. Tate, your lack of subtlety is disgraceful. If you want to accuse me of murder, then arrest me. I plan to, Sara said. Believe me, we're going to be speaking again soon. At that moment, Guff returned to the living room. No sign, Guff said. A minute later, the two officers followed. He's not here, one of them said. The place is empty. Thank you, Rafferty said, showing everyone to the door. Now, if you don't mind, I have to make some funeral arrangements. Claire had no close relatives. As she was about to leave, Sara turned around. I thought you two weren't close. She's my former partner's wife. Good friends look out for each other. I'm sure they do, Sara said as Rafferty slammed the door. Walking toward the elevator, Guff said, I can't believe she wasn't there. Did you check everywhere? Sara asked. It's a 3-bedroom apartment in New York City. There aren't that many places to hide. I guess that means he doesn't have a wine cellar, Sara said as they stepped into the elevator. Do you think he knew? One of the officers asked. Of course he knew, Guff said. By now, the whole world knows. How can you say that? Sara asked. Sara, I don't mean to stomp on your fairy tale, but I think it's time to take a second look at Jared. If you never would have told him... That's not true, Sara insisted. It is true, Guff shot back. Trust me, I agreed with you yesterday. I thought you were right to tell him. But you have to pay attention to what's going on here. I don't think Claire snuck out of the basement on her own. Someone must have told her what was really happening. And the only way that could have happened is if someone knew what we were doing. No one knows, Guff. And even if McCabe let her out, that doesn't mean it's my husband's fault. When the elevator doors opened, Sara burst through the lobby and headed for the police car. Where are you going? Guff asked, chasing after her. Don't run away. We have to go to Elliot's, Sara said. He's the only other person who has a stake in this. But what if Conrad... If Conrad's still there, we'll go along with his story. If not, we'll tell Elliot we're following up. That's great. I agree, Guff said. But you have to start dealing with your husband. Let one of these guys check up on him. How many times do I have to tell you? Jared would never do that. Guff wiped his hands on his pants. He was torn. He didn't want to challenge her, but he was starting to get frustrated. In a softer voice, he said, If you're so confident, why can't you find him? Why has he suddenly disappeared? Sara stared coldly at her assistant. Give me your phone, she said to one of the officers. She quickly dialed Jared's number. Again, no one picked up. She shut the phone and handed it back to the officer. Now, do you understand what I'm saying? Guff asked. It's not like you have to arrest him. I just think you should send someone to his office to check him out. With everything that's happening, we should know where he is. Silently, she considered Guff's proposal. And that's it? They're not going to question him? They're just going there to find him? That's up to you. Sara opened the door to the police car and got inside. Okay, she said, slamming the door shut. Turning back to the officers, Guff said, Can you send someone to Wayne in Portnoy? I'm on it, the taller of the two officers said, pulling out his walkie-talkie. And maybe one of you guys should stick around here, Guff added, in case Claire decides to come by. I can do that, the other officer said. As the first cop called in the instructions, Guff got in the back seat of the car. Sara was stoic. Her arms were crossed in front of her and her eyes were glued to the side window. Sara, you know it was the right thing to... Don't bother, she said. It's done. Peering out his living room window, which overlooked the front of the building, Rafferty watched to make sure that Sara and the rest were actually leaving. When he was convinced they were gone, he walked to his front door and stepped out into the hallway. He checked again for observers, then went down the hallway to the garbage room. Inside were Kozlo and Claire. Man, to get that warning, you must have given the doorman one hell of a Christmas gift, Kozlo said. Lucky for you, Rafferty said. No, lucky for you, Kozlo said. He left the room and walked back to Rafferty's apartment. Rafferty and Claire embraced in the hallway. Were there any problems? Claire asked. Not at all, Rafferty said, still hugging her. Not anymore. Can you two save the reunion for another time? Kozlo called out. I want to get out of here. Relax, Rafferty said. He walked back to his apartment and put on his coat. As long as we can avoid the cop Sara left behind, I want to have a little talk with the person who got her involved in the first place. There's a cop in the lobby? How are we going to get past him? This building has 24 floors, a rooftop pool, its own gym, an underground garage, and a dry cleaner in the basement. You don't think it also has a side door? As Sara and company raced downtown, the officer driving the police car asked, Where exactly are we going now? Hoboken, Sara said from the passenger seat. The car screeched to a halt. No way, the officer said. Not in this car. Hoboken's in Jersey. New York City cops have no jurisdiction over there. You have jurisdiction if you're in hot pursuit, Sara said. Does it look like this guy Elliot is directly in front of us? Does it look like he's avoiding us only by running across state lines? Does it look like we're in hot pursuit? Come on, there he goes, Guff said. I see him on the next block. Let's get him. The officer didn't move. Listen, I agree the rules are stupid, but the Jersey cops raise hell if you break them. The last guy in my squad who crossed state lines without authorization was assigned to Port Authority for 3 months. Said the bus fumes were worse than the urine stink. Come on, Sara said. We're not doing anything crazy. We just want to find this guy and bring him back to the station. Do whatever you want, but unless you have the right paperwork, you're not doing it in this car. Fine, Sara said. She opened the door to the car. Then let's get a cab. We'll go down there and pick him up ourselves. No, Guff said. You can't. Why? This is bureaucratic bullshit. Maybe, but that's the way it goes. If we try to pick Elliot up without the proper authorization, we jeopardize the case and everything we find. But, Sara, you know how it works. Don't let your heart get in front of your head. Break the rules and the judge will exclude your evidence. Take the 10 minutes and call in the paperwork, the officer added. They can fax it to the Hoboken police, and it'll be ready by the time we reach the Lincoln Tunnel. Are you sure? Sara asked hesitatingly. Of course I'm sure, the officer said. How long can a few sheets of paper possibly take? A half hour later, the police car was waiting in traffic at the entrance to the Lincoln Tunnel. I can't believe this, Sara said, banging the dashboard. I knew we shouldn't have called it in. Relax, the officer said. Better we take the time now instead of rushing in and regretting it later. What amazes me is that the entire criminal community isn't onto this trick, Guff said. If I were going to break the law in this city, the first thing I'd do is move to New Jersey. No one can touch you there. I'm sure they know all about it, the officer said, trying to lighten the mood. But who wants to live in Jersey? When no one responded to the joke, the officer added, Come on, that was funny. Don't push it, Sara said. Now's not the time. Who is it? Elliot asked through the intercom. It's Rafferty. Buzz us in. The buzzer sounded and they made their way up the stairs. As Elliot opened his door a crack, he saw Rafferty and Coslow. What are you so happy about? Elliot asked. Coslow kicked the door open, revealing Claire. Well, would you look at that, Elliot said. They were lying to us. Actually, they were playing us against each other, Rafferty said, entering the apartment. The only thing I can't figure out is how they knew to come after you. Why don't you ask him? Following Elliot's gesture, Rafferty, Coslow, and Claire turned toward the other room. Conrad's body was still on the floor. Oh, God, Claire shouted. Are you nuts? Coslow said. You know what that's going to do to us? I know exactly what it's going to do, Elliot said. It's going to be my out. With gritted teeth, Rafferty slowly turned around. You son of a bitch. Is there a problem? Elliot asked innocently. You knew all along, didn't you? You knew she was alive, and you knew what they were doing. I don't. Don't play stupid, Elliot. Your lies are catching up with you. You've been threatening Sara since the beginning. That's how she knew you were involved. That's how she knew to come after you, and that's why she wouldn't take the dismiss and seal. You were supposed to stay away, and instead, you stuck your greedy nose back in. Elliot backed his way into the kitchen, trying to get Rafferty to follow him. If he was going to make it look real, he needed everyone to be in place. Oscar. I don't know what you're talking about. You lying piece of shit, Rafferty yelled. You think I'm a moron? He shoved Elliot in the chest, sending him crashing into the kitchen table. You think I'm blind? I know exactly what you're doing. You're trying to grab the money for yourself. Just a little closer, Elliot thought. Near the window. Get the angles right. I swear I'd never. Stop your lying, Rafferty screamed, his voice booming through the tiny apartment. I asked you one small favor. Find me someone to give the shot. That was your job. And what do? You turn on me. On me! I practically raised you, and that's how you repay me? Suddenly, Elliot stopped where he was. You didn't raise me, he shouted. Oh, I didn't. Who gave your mother money when Arnold fired her? Who sent her money every year until you were 16? Who? You didn't give a shit about her. You were just afraid. Advancing from the window, he stood face to face with Rafferty. Until the day she died, you were worried she'd bring him up on charges, that she'd get vengeful and wreck his pathetic marriage, or worse, that she'd get smart and sue your precious company. Rape accusations can be a real ugly mess, can't they? Your mother wasn't raped, Rafferty insisted. Yes, she was, Elliot yelled as a vein on his forehead flushed red. He punched her so hard he broke her jaw. I still have the medical records to prove it. And when he found out she was pregnant, he threw her in the street. Noticing Claire's reaction, Elliot asked, You didn't know that, did you? You knew he was ruthless, but you didn't know he was a monster. If you did, maybe you would have killed him sooner. That's enough, Rafferty interrupted. Leave her out of it. Why? She's just as responsible as you are. In fact, she's more responsible. If she hadn't been so afraid of giving Arnold the shot, we never would have had to hire Kozlow. And if we hadn't hired him... Hey, asshole, Kozlow interrupted. Stay out of this, Rafferty growled. Standing in the middle of the kitchen, he turned back to Elliot. We hired Kozlow because we wanted alibis. Even you know that's true. That's true, but my mother's story's a lie? Elliot, your mother was a degenerate who begged for it every day. I gave her money out of pity, not guilt. And if she told you she was raped, it was only because she was embarrassed by the truth. You're a liar. No, I'm not, Rafferty said. He stuffed his hands in the pockets of his coat. And if you want to join us in reality, you should start believing that and stop living in your mother's fantasies. Enraged, Elliot reached for his gun. You motherf... 3 shots rang out. 2 hit Elliot in the chest. 1 went through the kitchen window on his right. Elliot fell to the floor and his blood inched across the linoleum. Ignoring his victim, Rafferty looked down at the hole he had just blown through the pocket of his own overcoat. No, Claire screamed. She staggered backward until she hit the refrigerator. Oh, man, why'd you have to do that? Kozlow asked Rafferty, throwing his hands in the air. Is he dead? Rafferty asked, watching the blood seep across more of the kitchen floor. Of course he's dead. You shot him in the chest. Kozlow leaned over Elliot's body to be sure. What are you doing, man? Are you even thinking? Standing behind Kozlow, Rafferty explained, I'm doing what I should have done the moment this started. Rafferty pointed his gun at Kozlow. Are you crazy, Oscar? Claire shouted. Kozlow felt the barrel of the gun at the back of his head. Oscar? If that's what I think it is, you're a dead man. No, I'm not the dead man, Rafferty said, his voice racing. Look at the layout. You're the one who shot him, not me. You. If you hadn't acted like such an animal, we could have walked away. It would have been perfect." "Put down the gun," Kozlo said. "Don't tell me what to do." "Put down the gun," Claire shouted. Kozlo was nothing but pure rage. "First I'm gonna dance on your neck, then I'm gonna dance on hers," he said. "It'll make Harrison look like a paper cut." Kozlo started to turn his head, hoping to look Rafferty in the eye. "Don't move," Rafferty yelled. "Oscar, don't do this," Claire pleaded. Kozlo was tensed to jump. "I'm gonna slice you open and—" "Don't move," Rafferty repeated. "I mean it." Kozlo wasn't stopping. He spun around and went straight for Rafferty's throat. But before he could make contact, another shot rang out. A crimson burst sprayed across the kitchen, and Kozlo slumped to the floor. There was a dull thud as his head hit the ground. "Oh, God," Claire screamed. "Oh, my God." "Claire, don't flip out on me." Shaking, Claire looked at Elliot, then at Kozlo. Both of them were now soaked in blood. She rushed to the sink and vomited. "Damn it, Claire, what are you doing?" Rafferty screamed. "You can't let them know we were here." He pulled a pair of leather gloves from his coat and, as Claire continued to heave, turned on the faucet. He poured dishwashing liquid all over the sink, hoping to hide the smell. Then he grabbed Elliot's keys from the kitchen table, went into the living room, and opened the storage trunk. Rummaging through the chest, he found the contents of Sarah's wallet and discovered the plastic hands with his name on them. The gloves were missing, which meant Elliot was wearing them. Perfect. "It's a perfect excuse," Rafferty said, throwing the empty hands aside. "Now, he's me." He pulled out the Warren Eastham gloves and brought them back to the kitchen. Knowing that the gloves would confound the investigation, he stuffed them into Kozlo's back pocket, grabbed Kozlo by the hand, and dragged him face down toward the other side of the kitchen. Lifting the back of Kozlo's jacket, Rafferty found Kozlo's handgun. He took the gun from the back of Kozlo's pants. He then used his own gun to shoot Kozlo 2 more times in the back and once in the leg. When he was done, he placed his gun in Elliot's hand and shoved Kozlo's gun in his own pocket. "Now, it looks like an argument," he said. As Kozlo was leaving, Elliot shot him in the back. That's it. That's what makes sense. Rafferty looked over at Claire, who was still leaning into the sink. "Are you okay?" he asked. "No, I'm not okay," she cried. "You just put a hole in his head. You killed 2 people. What's wrong with you?" "Don't say that, Claire. What was I supposed to do? Let them run around, hoping they don't ruin me? We're already ruined. You think Sara Tate's going to—" "Shut up," Rafferty shouted. "I don't want to hear it. It'll work." Light-headed and still trembling, Claire looked like she was going to pass out. "Get me out of here." "Shut up," Rafferty said, pulling her by the arm toward the door. "I need to make one more stop." "I'm sorry about the delay," the Hoboken police officer said to Sarah as they strode toward Elliot's building. "Don't worry about it," Sarah said, buzzing apartment 8. When there was no answer after a few buzzes, the Hoboken cop rammed his shoulder into the door, which flew wide open. When the group got to the top floor, they knocked on Elliot's door. Again, there was no answer. "Elliot, are you there?" Sarah called out. "Conrad?" Trying the doorknob, she found it unlocked and pushed the door open. "Oh, God," she said. "You know these people?" the New Jersey cop asked. Sarah didn't answer. She couldn't take her eyes off the bloody scene. This wasn't like the autopsy. She knew these people, and as much as she feared them, no one should die like this. "I can't believe it," she said. "Why would they? How the hell could he do this?" Turning to the New York police officer, Guff said, Hope the paperwork was worth it. Don't blame this on me, the cop shot back. Looks like a robbery, the New Jersey cop added as he examined the scene. The guy in the leather jacket shoots the skinny guy, but as he's about to leave, the skinny guy sits up and shoots the leather guy in the back of the head. Are you kidding? Sara asked. Look at the streaks of blood on the floor. Someone obviously moved Koslow's body. Or he was trying to crawl to the door, the Jersey cop pointed out. Oh no, Guff said from the living room, his voice shaking. Sara? Sara, get in here. Racing into the living room, Sara saw Guff down on both knees, and Conrad's broken body lying in the corner. Oh no, not him. Please, not him, she screamed. She dropped down next to Guff and grabbed Conrad's head in her hands. Somebody get an ambulance. We need an ambulance. She wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come. She put her head to Conrad's chest and listened for a heartbeat. Nothing. Come on, she said, lightly slapping his cheek. I know you're still in there. Don't give up. Still nothing. She pounded his chest. You heard me. You're not giving up. I'm not going to let you. Again, she hit him, and again, but he still didn't move. As she squeezed his blood-soaked shirt, her hands were shaking and she started to hyperventilate. Please, Conrad, don't do this. Please, don't leave. Please, please don't leave me. Not again. As the tears finally came, Sara wanted to shake him awake. She wanted to keep pounding his chest. She wanted to hear that pulse. But when it came right down to it, all she really wanted was to get him back. When she turned around, Guff was still weeping. Come here, she said, opening her arms. Guff fell right in. For a minute, the two of them sat there on their knees, silently consoling each other. I'm sorry, Sara finally said, rubbing his back. I'm so sorry. He was my friend, Guff cried. As Sara listened to the rise and fall of Guff's sobs, she wondered how this had happened. Conrad hadn't just been caught unprepared. He was ambushed. And the only way that was possible was if someone had known he was coming. Climbing to her feet, Sara wiped her eyes with her sleeve. He'd warned her, but she hadn't listened. She wouldn't make that mistake again. Call the precinct and see if they picked up Jared, she said to the New York cop. As the officer started dialing, Sara helped Guff up from the floor. You really think it's him? Guff asked. I don't know what to think anymore. All I know is... What? The officer blurted into his cell phone. When? Silent for a minute, he answered. She's with me. No, I got it. I'll bring her right in. He shut the phone and looked with shock at Sara. What? She asked. What's wrong? They just got a 911 call from Wayne in Portnoy. The officer who went over there. He's been shot. Chapter 20. The crowd outside the offices of Wayne in Portnoy was much calmer than Sara had expected, but it was still tenacious. Refusing to disperse, the evacuated workers gathered around the door, angling and elbowing for the best view of the action. Damn city turns every disaster into a spectator sport, the officer grumbled as the police car slowly made its way through the ever-growing crowd. Even before the car came to a complete stop, the officer had his door open. When they were as close as they were going to get, about half a block from the building, he let it fly wide and jumped out of the car. Guff quickly followed. Sara didn't move. Turning around, Guff stopped. Come on, let's go. But what if he... Sara, you have to face it sooner or later. It's the only way to find out. Nodding, she knew that Guff was right. As Sara got out of the car, Guff took off after the police officer, who was making his way toward the building. Following in the direction of her assistant, Sara fought her way through the tightly packed crowd. Within seconds, though, she lost Guff, who was too short to stand out. Guff, wait! She called out. It was too late. He was gone. Jumping up to get a better view, Sara caught sight of the police officer. He was holding his badge in the air and was almost at the front entrance of the building. But just as she moved toward him, she caught a glimpse of someone rushing away from the building and in the opposite direction from the crowd, approximately 100 feet to her left. She could only see him from behind, but his athletic gait was unmistakable. Sara stopped dead in her tracks. "Jared?" she called out. If the man heard her, he wasn't stopping. Craning her neck, Sara struggled to get a better look, but the crowd was too thick. "Jared!" she shouted again. He still didn't stop. Pushing through the crowd, Sara followed the figure. Forget about it, she told herself. It's not him. But as she watched his perfectly combed brown hair disappear in the sea of bystanders, she couldn't ignore the resemblance. At the top of her lungs, she let out one more scream. "Jared, it's me!" Suddenly the man turned around and Sara's mouth went dry. Their eyes locked for an instant. That was all it took. It was him. Without a doubt, it was her husband. Before Sara could even register a response, Jared turned and ran. "Jared, wait!" she shouted as the crowd seemed to envelop him. Using her outstretched arms to wade through the masses of people, she fought to catch up with him. He was weaving in every direction, seeming to use the confusion to his advantage. "Jared!" she shouted, barely able to see him. "Please don't do this!" But Jared still didn't stop. And as Sara frantically collided with bystander after bystander, she realized she was starting to lose him. Between the endless crowd and the advantage of Jared's own speed, he was slipping away. As Jared headed farther away from the building and down 7th Avenue, Sara completely lost sight of him. Panicking, she pulled out her badge and waved her hand in the air. "Police!" she yelled. "Stop that man!" Although not a single person reached out to stop him, they did make it easier for Sara to maneuver through the crowd. Once they started stepping out of her way, she was able to fly through the wake of people Jared was leaving behind. When she reached 49th Street, Sara stopped. Jared was gone. She looked down 7th Avenue, but it didn't look like anyone was running there. Maybe he'd turned on 49th, she thought. Then she heard someone shout, "Watch yourself, asshole!" and spotted an angry man coming out of the entrance to the subway, looking over his shoulder. There. She darted down the concrete stairs, raced underground, and promptly encountered another mob of people. Judging by the size of the crowd, it appeared that everyone who was not still swarming in front of the building was trying to take the subway. Running past the long line that stretched out from the token booth, Sara hopped over one of the turnstiles. She was stopped by a transit employee. "Sorry, not without a token," he said as he held her by the arm. "Get the hell off me," Sara said, pulling away. "My husband—" "Lady, I don't care who your husband is. You're not—" She shoved her badge in front of his face. "You want to talk to my boss?" "Sorry, I didn't realize you were—" But before the man could finish, Sara was gone, running down the subway platform. It took her only another 30 seconds to find Jared. He was forcing his way through the crowd toward the edge of the platform. Since most of the crowd was now standing still, waiting for the train to come, Sara could see that there were 2 other people running with him. When she was an arm's length away, she realized who they were. And when she realized who they were, she also realized why Jared had been running. "You never give up, do you?" Rafferty asked. Standing behind Jared, he turned just enough to show Sara that he was holding a gun to Jared's back. Next to Rafferty was Claire, who looked miserable. "Are you okay?" Sara asked her husband. "Yeah," he said. Turning to Rafferty, he added, "Let Sara go." "Not a chance. Now I get an extra He's got a gun!" someone shouted as chaos enveloped the crowd. Within seconds, everyone else on the platform scattered, racing for the turnstiles. Using the confusion to her advantage, Sara reached for the gun in her right pants pocket. "Don't do that," Rafferty warned. He shoved Jared out of the way and pointed his gun at Sara. "I'll decorate the walls with you." He was disheveled, sweating. As Jared stopped himself at the edge of the platform, Sara froze. Seeing the gun aimed at his wife, Jared did the same. "Now give it to Claire," Rafferty said as people continued to scramble from the platform. Claire reached out for the gun, but Sara hesitated. "You don't have to do this," Sara said. "Shut up," Claire shot back. She took the gun and led Sara toward the edge of the platform near her husband. As Sara and Claire walked in front of Jared, Sara shot him a desperate look. They had to do something. Determined to save his wife and unable to get a clear view of Rafferty, Jared made his decision. Just as Claire passed him, he kicked her in the back of the knees, sweeping her legs out from under her. Hitting the floor with a jolt, she dropped her gun. Wasting no time, Sara lunged at Rafferty, whose gun was now pointed at Jared. Rafferty got off a single shot, then turned his gun on Sara. But before he could pull the trigger, Sara plowed into him, connecting with a swift knee to the groin. The gun flew out of his hands, but she was too late. He had already shot at Jared. And as Rafferty doubled over in pain, Sara registered her husband's scream. "Jared!" she shouted. She turned around, but he was nowhere in sight. She ran back to the edge of the platform. He was lying on the train tracks. Blood ran from his shoulder. "Jared, are you okay? Can you hear me?" she asked. He didn't answer. From the vacant look on his face, she could see he was in shock. Behind her, Sara saw Claire helping Rafferty to his feet. On her right, near the edge of the platform, was Rafferty's gun. She looked back at her husband. He was just starting to shake off the effects of his injury. "Get the gun," she told herself. "Jared'll be fine." But as she moved for the gun, she heard the jarring electronic tone that signaled the imminent arrival of an incoming train. Leaning over the platform, she could see the train's lights in the tunnel. There wasn't much time. Jared was still lying there. So was the gun. She had to pick one. The choice was easy. She braced herself on the edge of the platform and was about to leap down to the tracks when she felt Rafferty grab her by the hair. As Sara was yanked backwards, she managed to spin around. She lashed out uncontrollably. "Get off me! I'll kill you!" She clawed at his arms, then his face, anything to make him let go. Taken aback by her ferocity, Rafferty released her and crouched to get his gun. Sara knew she had to be quick. At the edge of the platform, she could see the incoming train barreling toward the station. It was too close. There was no way she'd be able to get in and out in time. "Jared! Stand up!" she shouted. Jared followed her instructions and tottered to his feet. His legs felt like they were stuffed with rubber bands, and as the pain set in, the smell of his own blood made him nauseous. "You'll be okay," Sara said. "Take my hand." Dropping to her stomach, she extended her arm down to Jared. The ground was vibrating from the motion of the oncoming train, and as the noise got louder, the nearby rats scattered. Jared reached up and grabbed his wife's hand. But before she could pull him up, Sara saw Jared staring over her shoulder. Someone was behind her. She turned around and looked up. Rafferty pointed his gun at her. With a cold look in his eyes, he glared at Jared. "Let go of her." "Don't do this," Sara begged. Rafferty didn't answer. He could see the bright lights of the train as it emerged from the tunnel. "Say hi to Sara's parents for me." The train was only seconds away. This was Jared's last chance to climb out. He didn't care, though. He wasn't going to put her at risk. Letting go of Sara's hand, Jared pulled away from his wife. "What are you doing?" Sara yelled, her voice barely audible above the train. "He'll kill you," Jared shouted back. "I don't care," Sara screamed, still holding out her arm. "Get back here!" The train was right there. As Jared searched the space below the platform, Sara knew he wasn't going to make it. They were out of time. It was impossible to hear anything but the shrieking of the train's wheels against the rusted tracks, but that didn't stop Sara from shouting one last, "I love you," to her husband. "Jared," she pleaded. "Jared!" At the last possible moment, Sara pulled her arm up and rolled away from the edge. And as he watched the train swallow Jared, Rafferty stepped back and smiled. Claire ran for the doors when the train stopped. "Let's go," she shouted at Rafferty. "No." "What are you talking about? Let's get out of here." "Not until I see his body." "Not until you... Oscar, this is our chance. Let's go." "Forget the train. This is more important." "Stop being so obsessed with them. We can..." "Go if you want, but I'm staying. I'm not risking any more loose ends." As the train doors chimed to close, Claire hesitantly returned to Rafferty. "We'll leave as soon as you check it out, right?" she said. Without responding, Rafferty approached the edge of the platform as the train pulled out of the station. Leaning over and examining the tracks, all he saw was the blood from Jared's shoulder wound. Maybe the train had pushed him to the other side of the... But before Rafferty could complete his thought, he saw Sara charging at him. "You killed him!" she screamed. When she smashed into Rafferty, he dropped his gun and, caught off balance by the impact, went flying over the edge of the platform. But as he fell, he managed to catch hold of Sara's jacket. Before either of them knew what was happening, they had plummeted to the tracks. Rafferty hit first, and Sara landed on top of him. Sara, wild with rage, was the first one up. As Rafferty struggled to rise, Sara grabbed him by his hair and rammed her knee into his face. "You psychotic piece of shit," she screamed. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Rafferty's answer came in the form of a single backhanded punch that hit Sara in the side of the face and sent her straight to the ground. Raising his hand to strike her again, Rafferty didn't see Jared's fist until it was too late. "Don't touch my wife," Jared growled as his knuckles crashed into Rafferty's jaw. Sara retraced her husband's steps to the narrow crawl space that had saved his life. Created by the pedestrian ledge that extended from the platform over the edge of the tracks, the tiny gap was just deep enough to protect her husband. Using his good arm, Jared hit Rafferty in the stomach, and again in the face, and again in the stomach. For every restless hour, for every frustrated moment, for every ounce of fear he and Sara had suffered, Jared was determined to pay Rafferty back. Eventually, he grabbed Rafferty by the collar of his shirt and stared at his beaten face. Then a single gunshot sounded. Jared slumped to the floor. Sara saw blood pouring from her husband's back. She wheeled around. Claire was standing on the platform and holding Rafferty's gun. "Jared!" Sara screamed, rushing to his side. "Oscar, are you okay?" Claire asked. Rafferty nodded, struggling to catch his breath. He reached up and reclaimed his gun from Claire. "Jared, speak to me," Sara cried. "Please speak to me." Jared didn't say a word. But as Sara hunched over him, she caught a glimpse of the leather ankle holster that Barrow had given her husband. Carefully, she reached down, hoping to get her hands on the small pistol. "Nobody move!" a police officer yelled as he raced down the platform. He pointed his gun at Rafferty. Guff followed behind the officer. Rafferty pointed his gun at Jared and Sara. Claire picked up Sara's gun and did the same. "Let us out of here now, or I'll kill them both," Rafferty shouted from the tracks. "I swear!" "I don't negotiate," the officer said. He aimed his gun at Rafferty and inched his way farther down the platform. "And you're in no position to make demands." "Oh, no?" Rafferty asked. "Between you and your sidekick, you have one gun. We have two. If you try and shoot one of us, the other's going to kill the happy couple. I'd say that's a damn good position." Looking down at Sara and Jared, Guff saw that Sara was hiding the small pistol right below Jared's shoulder. "Don't listen to him," Guff said. "I'm not joking," Rafferty warned. "You do what you want," Guff said confidently. "But if you try to hurt them, he's gonna blow both your heads off. He's gonna start with her and end with you." Unnerved but refusing to budge, Claire kept her gun pointed at Sara and Jared. Guff turned to the officer. "Can you make the shot?" "I'll make it," the officer said. "I'm warning you." "Don't fuck with me," Rafferty said. "You have 3 seconds to decide." 1. Nobody moved. 2. Still nothing. 3. "Her gun's empty," Sara shouted. "What?" Claire asked. "It's empty. I emptied it before I left the office." "She's lying," Rafferty said. "No, I'm not," Sara insisted. "They wouldn't let me take it out until I emptied it." Claire looked down at her gun. Her hands were trembling. "Claire, fire it at me," Sara said. "There's nothing in there." "Don't believe her, Claire," Rafferty shouted. "She's a liar." But as the tears rolled down Claire's cheeks, she lowered her gun. Guff grinned at Rafferty. "Now what was that you were saying about 1 gun versus 2? Rafferty kept his gun pointed at Sara, while the officer kept his gun pointed at Rafferty. "I'm not going to jail," Rafferty said. "Actually, you are," Guff said. "The only thing you have to decide is whether you're going to be riding there in a cop car or an ambulance." "That's not true," Rafferty said. "I'll hire the best lawyers in the city." Sara knew he was right. He'd hire the best money could buy, and with the fingerprint gloves, they'd have plenty to work with. She looked down at Jared, who was still bleeding in her lap. No, she told herself. She couldn't let Rafferty walk. "You can get any lawyer you want," Guff said. "All you have to do is give us the gun. You do that, and you'll be in a much better position to get out of this." Realizing he had Rafferty's attention, he added, "You know I'm right. It's the only smart thing to do." "This isn't an easy case," Rafferty said as he took his finger off the trigger. "With the right defense team, I'm off the hook. I'll make bail by—" "You think you're making bail?" Sara blurted. "The judge isn't going to allow bail for this. That cold-blooded murder of Conrad—" "That wasn't me," Rafferty shouted, once again raising his gun. "And let's not forget what you did to Elliot and Coslow, and Arnold, too." "She's just trying to rile you," Guff said. "Don't listen to him," Sara said, still hiding Jared's gun. Jared's breathing became labored. She didn't have much longer. "Once we have you, you'll never see sunlight again." "Oh, I get it," Rafferty said. "You figure if you enrage me enough, I'll actually try and shoot you. And if I do that, this cop gets to put a bullet in my brain." He shook his head. "I'm walking out of here. I'm making my 1 phone call, and I'm sleeping in my own bed tonight." "Not a chance," Sara said, raising her voice. She could feel Jared shaking. "They'll never let you out." "Sara, shut up," Guff yelled. "It's a death penalty case," Sara screamed. "You're getting the death penalty." "Goodbye, Sara," Rafferty said, lowering his gun. "It was lovely to make your acquaintance." As he approached the edge of the platform, Rafferty raised his arm and held out his gun to the officer. The officer reached down to take it. But before the officer could even react, Rafferty pulled the trigger and shot him in the stomach. He then turned his gun toward Sara. In one fluid motion, Sara pulled her gun and fired. 3 consecutive bullets ripped into Rafferty, 2 in his chest, 1 in his shoulder. As he staggered backward, Sara fired another shot, and another, and another. She pulled the trigger again, but heard only a click, 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 click. Rafferty continued to stumble. When he lost his footing on the train tracks, he fell backward and his body crashed to the ground. It wasn't until that moment that Sara finally took a breath. The threats, the frustration, the angling and manipulation, they were all finally gone. Hearing a soft moan from her husband, Sara dropped her gun and cradled Jared's head in her arms. Right there. That was why she did it. "I need an ambulance," she shouted. "Please!" Blinking back into consciousness, Jared opened his eyes. "Did we win?" he whispered. Her eyes welled up with tears. "Always the competitor. Just answer me." She thought about Conrad. "Yeah," she sobbed. "We won." "Terrific," Jared whispered. "Are you okay?" Sara asked. "I'm not sure. I can't feel my legs." Chapter 21. "The district attorney will see you now, Miss Tate," Monahan's secretary announced. Sara headed numbly for the door. Monahan was sitting with his hands flat on his desk, a grim expression on his face. "Sit," he demanded. "Let me get straight to the point. What you did yesterday was one of the most wasteful, egocentric, self-interested displays of power I've ever seen here in my 17 years of prosecuting." "I can explain." "Explain?" Monahan hissed. "You killed one of my men. Conrad is dead." "Sir, I never meant—" "It doesn't matter what you meant. I'm not interested in your intent. All I care about is the fact that he's dead. And not only is he dead, he's dead for a stupid reason. Because as a self-absorbed neophyte, you were raring to pull off your own stunt. But the circumstances— I don't want to hear about the circumstances. I know you and your husband were both in danger. But if you had communicated your problem directly to me, we could have worked out a sensible solution. Instead, I have to deal with every reporter in the entire city, all of them wondering why I didn't know what was happening inside my own damn office. Do you know what that does to me? Oh, no, you didn't have time to think of that. Besides yourself, you didn't consider anybody. You didn't consider this office, you didn't consider me, and you didn't consider your buddy Conrad, who you obviously cared nothing about." Sara shot from her seat and slammed her fists against Monahan's desk. "Don't you ever say that. That man was my friend. When you were ready to kick me out on my ass, he took me in for no good reason. And for better or worse, he trusted me with his life. So you can call me stupid and inexperienced and an incompetent novice, but don't ever, ever tell me that I didn't care about him. He's the only reason I'm still in this office." "Then maybe you should take the hint and consider leaving." "Believe me, I was thinking about that all last night. There'd be nothing easier than for me to leave this place. I'd love to pack up my stuff, walk out that door, and wash my hands of the entire incident. Out of sight, out of mind. After this, I could leave the law behind in a heartbeat. But let me tell you, I'd never do that to him. He's going to get far better than that. Every day I step into my office, though, it's going to haunt me. Every day. I'm going to have to live with this for the rest of my life. But it's going to be worth every minute. Because that man deserves a legacy." Monahan leaned back and crossed his arms, giving Sara a chance to calm down. "Tate, I hope the sermon made you feel good, because now it's time to listen to me. First, I don't give a shit about your whiny psychological consequences. This isn't a PhD program, it's the DA's office. And I'm the fucking DA. Do you understand? I don't care that you saved yourself, or saved your husband, or caught the bad guy. I don't even care that those 2 officers are stabilized. And you want to know why? Because my man is dead. Period. End. That alone gives me the best reason to fire you. If you want to fire me, fire me. I'm not quitting. Tate, get your ass up and get yourself out of my office. I don't want to see you. I don't want to know about you. And the only thing I want to hear about you is that the local news crews ate up your little fluff piece with the mayor. What are you talking about? I'm talking about what you're going to be doing this afternoon. Lucky for you, the mayor's staff decided to make the most of it. He called me the moment the story broke last night. Wife ADA risks life and breaks rules to save defense attorney husband. You couldn't write a better headline. So get to the hospital and practice your smile. The mayor will be there at noon. He figures New Yorkers are going to feast on this. I'm not doing a photo op at Jared's bed. Yes, you are, Monahan shot back. And you want to know why? Because I say so. Because I'm the boss, and because you're going to listen. But that's not... I don't care what you think, Tate. I'm not risking any more bad press. You're going to say cheese, and you're going to scratch the mayor's back, and hopefully he's going to say thank you by looking the other way when he's slashing budgets. Otherwise, I'm going to have to revisit my list of expendable employees, where your assistant, Guff, is teetering on the edge. Tell the mayor I'll do it. I already did. Monahan stood from his seat and pointed to his door. Welcome to city politics, he added. Now get out. At the office, a small group of trial assistants clustered around Guff's desk. If she did do it, she's a psycho, an assistant with horn-rimmed glasses said. I mean, why else would you goad someone into shooting at you? Can you please leave me alone? Guff asked, annoyed. I heard she didn't want to give Rafferty even the tiniest chance to walk free, another assistant said. Instead, she forced his hand and shut him down. Sounds pretty ballsy to me. I heard that was her plan all along, an assistant with a crew cut added, that the whole thing was a setup to kill Rafferty. It wasn't, Sara said, pushing her way through the assistants. It was a last-minute emotional decision that had no basis in rational thought. I thought my husband was going to die, so I wanted immediate revenge. Startled, the group didn't move. Sara looked down at Guff, then back at the assistants. Go away. Leave him alone. As the group disappeared, Guff followed Sara into her office. When he saw her packing up her briefcase, he said, They fired you? Oh no, Sara said. I got relegated to a far lower circle of hell. I'm doing photo ops with the mayor. You're kidding. Not a bit. Monahan chewed me out for Conrad and for wasting resources, but the mayor loves the PR potential of the story. Anyway, Jared's the one they want in the photo. The mayor needs a good hospital bed to put his arm around. How's Jared doing? Physically, he should be okay. The bullet just missed his spine, but it ripped open a lung. He also had some temporary paralysis in his legs, but the doctor said that was just from the shock of being shot in the back. Emotionally, though, he's on a different track. Did he decide what he's going to do about his firm? What's to decide? Thomas Wayne personally called him up and told him to resign. The bastard didn't even wait until Jared was out of the hospital. I still don't understand why he has to resign. Can't he just... Guff, to save the two of us, Jared told me confidential client information. More important, both clients wound up dead. The DA's office may have a public relations wet dream, but Wayne in Portnoy has a PR nightmare. Every client of the firm is now terrified their secrets aren't safe. How's Jared dealing with it? It's still too soon to tell. He was crushed when he first found out, but I think he's realized it had to be like this. Besides, any place that won't even give you a week to recover isn't the place you want to be for the rest of your life. Is that his rationalization or yours? Last year, it was mine. Now it's his. But I think he actually feels it. Great, Guff muttered. And at least one good thing came of this. That was all Sara needed to hear. She had avoided the subject until now, but it was time to talk about it. Guff, we shouldn't have done it, Sara. We were out of our league. Do you really think that? Do you really think we didn't know what we were getting into? But Conrad knew better than anyone. You remember what he said? Of course I remember. And thanks to this, I'll never forget. When we suggested sending a cop, he was the one who said we should do it ourselves. That was the only way to ensure the secret. The thing is, it doesn't make it any easier, Sara said. It doesn't make it any easier, Guff agreed. Sara had hit it right on the head, just like Conrad used to. Listen, I'm sorry. I don't mean to put the burden on you. It's not like that anymore. I don't mind the burden. And in this case, I deserve it. I just want to make sure you... Don't worry, I'll get through it. Between the two of us, we'll have plenty to keep us busy. Cases to prosecute, reporters to talk to, essays to write. Essays? Sure. If I'm going to get into law school, I'm going to need some good essays. Sara smiled. You're really applying to law school? Would this face lie? Guff asked, squeezing his own cheeks. That was always the plan. This just gave it more immediacy. Good for you, Guff. I think he'd really like that. Of course he would. Then he'd have another disciple to brainwash. Sara laughed. They'd definitely get through it. Speaking of disciples, oh great one, in the rush to get out of there yesterday, I never got a chance to thank you for everything you did. Without you, you wouldn't have stolen the case. You wouldn't have gone through this ordeal. You wouldn't have a sofa or a cool DA's badge. I'm serious, Alexander. Uh-oh, first name alert, incoming serious discourse. Make jokes all you want, but I really appreciate everything you did. You didn't make me take the case. I took it to help myself. And since neither of us could have known that Victor set me up for it, it's my responsibility. That's nice, but you don't have to. Please let me finish, Sara said. I promise I won't get mushy or sentimental. From the moment I walked in here, you were my amigo. And as someone who doesn't get close to many people, that means a lot to me. No matter how bad things got, you were always there to help. And you're getting mushy, Guff sang. Just take the compliment. Thank you for everything. Fine. You're welcome. I just hope our next adventure is a bit more pedestrian. Maybe we can get a cult massacre or something calming like that. We should be so lucky. Exactly, Guff said. And speaking of lucky, Adam Flam wants to talk to you. Who's Adam Flam? Head of the discipline committee. They just got out of the Victor meeting. They did? What did they decide? Go talk to him. Come on, Guff, just tell me. I'm not saying a word. If you want to find out, talk to him. Room 762. Fine, Sara said, heading to the door. But it better not be bad news. What do you mean you're not indicting? Sara asked as she stood in front of Flam's desk. Just what I said, Flam replied calmly. He was a thick-set man with tired eyes and a heavy Boston accent. The committee decided there wasn't enough evidence to indict. Not enough evidence? If there wasn't enough evidence, why'd they put him on probation? Since the moment this thing started, Victor's had his hand in everything we've done. He was the one who asked for the case, and when he got it, he was the one who made sure I took it from him. Asking for a case isn't illegal. And last I checked, neither is putting your own name on a case folder. What about Doniger? She can testify that Doniger doesn't know anything. We questioned her until 3 in the morning, and she didn't give us a scrap. Whatever Victor was involved in, his ties were only to Rafferty and Coslow, both of whom, as corpses, would be terrible witnesses. It's a simple proof issue, and until we can get that, the committee decided they didn't want to risk morale on an unsuccessful indictment. Morale? What the hell does this have to do with morale? Everything, Flam answered. Victor's one of the most respected ADAs in this office. He's part of the institution. So before you can take him down, you better be sure you have the evidence against him. If not, you're going to have half of the law enforcement population screaming for your head. Are you telling me Victor's not getting indicted because he won last year's popularity contest? No. He's not getting indicted because you don't have the evidence. I have some evidence. Tate, you don't have a case. And until you do, morality has to take a back seat to reality. Be thankful you went 4 for 5 and leave it at that. It's still not right. Neither was what happened to Conrad. Sara refused to reply. It was something she was going to have to get used to. Anything else? We decided not to suspend you for goading Rafferty into shooting at you. And trust me, that was a gift. If you hadn't riled him up, that cop might have never been shot. I'm not saying it was a smart move. I just didn't want to give him another crack at exploiting the system. And what about Doniger's gun? What about it? Sara asked. I went down to the evidence room this morning. There were 6 bullets in it. So? So it was supposed to be empty. What can I say? Some bluffs work, some don't. You should just be happy the rest of us are safe. No, you should be happy our committee overlooked that one, Flam said. And just so there's no confusion, Conrad was our friend too. Sara realized that even when Guff went off to law school, she wasn't going to be alone. Thank you, she said. Don't thank me. From what I hear, you're going to make a great ADA. I plan to, Sara said. When she was done at Flam's, Sara walked back up the hallway to Conrad's office. It had been less than 24 hours since the last time she was there, but when she stepped inside, it already felt different. The sofa was still in the same place. The desk was still uncluttered, and the outbox still held more paperwork than the inbox, but something was clearly wrong. Despite the fact that it was filled with furniture, the room was empty. Sara shut her eyes. Memorizing the smells of the office, she tried to picture his face. It was easy, easier than she'd thought. But she knew that that, too, would fade. And this was different from Lenny Barrow. She didn't have an old picture to fall back on. So she made one. Sara moved toward the sofa and opened her briefcase. Inside was her portrait of Conrad, just like the ones she had done of Jared. Pulling it out, she stared at his face. And for that moment, he was back again. She could hear him yell and rant and teach and scream. It had taken her all night to get it perfect, but he deserved no less. Carefully, she set it down on his spotless desk. She'd frame it later, but for now, it belonged here. "Goodbye," she whispered as she left the office. As she closed the door behind her, she turned around and read the 2 quotations still attached to the translucent glass. "Crimine ab uno disce omnis. From a single crime know the nation. Virgil. And fame is something which must be won. Honor is something which must not be lost. Arthur Schopenhauer." She pulled the quotes from the door, being careful not to rip the tape which held them there, and headed back down the hallway. As soon as she reached her office, she slapped the quotes onto her own door and pressed them into place. Stepping back, she admired the new view. It wasn't nearly enough, but it was a start. "He wouldn't have had it any other way," Guff said. "Someone's got to do it," she replied. Without even opening her door, Sara walked down the hallway. "Where are you going now?" Guff asked. "To the hospital. But before I do that, there's someone I want to see." When the elevator arrived on the 16th floor, Sara stepped out and walked up the well-lit hallway. Noticing the corridor's expensive carpet and intricate moldings, she made a mental note to herself. There was no way anyone on a government salary could afford this place without outside funding. At apartment 1604, she covered the peephole and rang the bell. "Who is it?" a man's voice asked. "Sara Tate," she replied. When the door opened, Victor shot Sara a thin smirk. "Nice to see you, Ms. Tate. To what do I owe this pleasure?" "I just want you to know one thing," Sara said bluntly. "I know you set me up, and no matter how long it takes, I'm going to eventually prove it." "Prove what?" Victor asked. Ignoring the question, she continued, "The committee may not be ready to indict, but that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. By the time I'm done, this suspension is going to seem like a—" "I'm not suspended," Victor interjected. "I took an official leave of absence. And if what you're doing is threatening me, you better walk away before I file my own harassment complaint. You may think you're super ADA just because you saved the day, but you still have a lot to learn about the game. And just so you know, I don't sweat rookies." "Keep giving me that attitude," Sara warned. "I'm going to bury you with that cockiness. The truth isn't hard to find. Even the best ADAs can't afford posh apartments on the Upper East Side without a little extra income. Sara, let me give you a free philosophy lesson. There's a subtle difference between truth and fact. Fact is objectively real, while truth must conform to fact. So if you can't find the facts, you can never prove the truth. Understand what I'm saying?" "There's no such thing as a perfect crime, Victor. If I can't prove it on this case, I'll find another. Either way, I'm never giving up. No matter what you do, or how much voodoo philosophy you spout, I will never, ever, ever stop. I'm annoying like that." Turning away from Victor's door, Sara headed back toward the elevator. "Enjoy the rest of your day, asshole. All the rest of them are mine." Stopping by the nurse's station before she entered Jared's room, Sara asked, "How's he doing?" "Just great," a short, bespectacled nurse answered. "With some love and a little physical therapy, he'll be back on his feet in a few weeks. He seems to perk up when he's getting attention." "He's been whining to you, hasn't he? He's horrible when he's sick." "All men are crybabies," the nurse said. "He hasn't been that bad, though. He's saving all the good whining for you." "I'm sure he is," Sara said as she walked toward the room. She pushed open the door and saw Jared sitting up in bed. His left arm was in a sling, and his right arm was hooked up to an IV, but color had finally returned to his face. Although Jared had been told to take it easy, he was busy writing notes on a legal pad. As soon as he saw Sara, he stopped. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "I'm better. Now. And your back?" "Don't worry about my back," Jared said. "How are you doing with Conrad?" "I'll get there," she said. "It'll take a while, but I'll get there." Sara noted the pained but concerned look on her husband's face. It was still a hard issue for him, and even as she tried to maintain a convincing facade, she couldn't bear to see him like that. In an instant, she was slammed by an onslaught of emotion. Through gritted teeth, she could feel it working its way up from the bottom of her stomach. Not for Conrad, but for Jared. "I'm really sorry about him." "It's not him," she insisted as she wiped the tears from her eyes. "It's never been him." Jared leaned forward, stretched his IV tubes to their limit, and embraced his wife. As he pulled her close, he knew he'd never let her go again. "Sara, I know," Sara said, holding him just as tight. "I've always known." Resting against her husband, Sara slowly regained her composure. When she pulled away, she noticed the large jar of kosher half-sour pickles on the nightstand. "I see you got Pop's bouquet." "Yeah, it just came. I was going to get you some balloons, but I didn't want to. I don't care about balloons." "I have everything I need," Jared said. Before Sara could reply, he added, "And in case there's any doubt, I never said anything to—" "You don't have to worry. They found the splitter on our monitor early this morning. That's how Elliot got everything." "So you're ready to trust me again?" "Honey, you know the answer to that," Sara said. "I'm just sorry I got scared in the end." "I'm the only one who owes the apology. If I had as much faith in you as you had in me, I would have never called Victor in the first place. And if I hadn't done that—" "Let me interrupt right here," Sara said. "I don't want to play the if-then game anymore. As long as you're safe, as long as we're together, we'll get through the rest. Now tell me what else is going on." "Nothing much," he said, looking down at his legal pad. "Just trying to figure out what I'm going to do with the rest of my life." "On a legal pad? You can't do that. Legal pads don't work for creative thinking. They stifle imaginative thoughts." "I'm not having imaginative thoughts. I'm just making a list of all the people who owe us favors. Hopefully one of them will be able to find me a job." He looked down at the pad and reread the list of names. "Damn," he said, dejectedly tossing it aside. "I can't believe we're going through this again." She sat on the edge of his bed and took his hand. "It'll work out. It's like riding a constant roller coaster. We're up, then we're down. We're happy, then we're sad. You have a job, then you're going to be fired. I get a new client, he turns out to be a psychopath. You shoot him, I get fired." Sara laughed. "At least you have your sense of humor." "I'd trade it for a job." "I know exactly how you feel. But after everything we've been through, I'm convinced of one thing. There is a grand plan. If I hadn't gotten fired, I would have never been a prosecutor, which is right now the greatest thing that's ever happened to me professionally. If you didn't make partner, you weren't meant to work at that law firm. And if you weren't standing here next to me, I'd have real problems to contend with. You're absolutely right. I just don't like having someone else make the decision for me." "Never again, my dear. All the rest are up to us. Besides, once the mayor comes in here for his photo op, your phone is going to start ringing off the hook with offers." "The mayor's coming here?" Jared asked, sitting up straight. "Sure, now you're excited," Sara said. "You're going to be lapdogged the head honcho himself." "What time is he getting here?" Jared asked, flattening out the covers on his bed. He reached for his legal pad and smiled. "This could really turn things my way." Sara shook her head. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Play down the opportunism and play up the brave but injured hero. It's a lot more appealing. Without answering, Jared flipped to a new page on his legal pad. How much pull do you think the mayor really has? I can't believe you, Sara said. Why would you want to go back to a law firm? Even with the prestige factor, we both know that Wayne in Portnoy was terrible. Your hours stank. Your work was unappreciated. You hated your bosses. The only reason you were there was for the money that comes with partnership, which was always promised but never delivered. That's why I'm not looking at law firms. Sara stopped, surprised. You're not? Nope. Then where are you looking? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, if the mayor can pull some strings, I was thinking of taking a look at the district attorney's office. As a skeptical grin crept up her cheeks, Sara laughed out loud. You sneaky son of a bitch, she said. That's what that whole sad act before was about. You were trying to get sympathy so you could spring this idea in my face. What are you talking about? Jared asked with a smile. See, I knew it. You never let up, do you? It's always competitive. What's competitive? I want a great job that's satisfying. You have a great job that's satisfying. Don't you think there's room for 2 prosecutors in a family? There's certainly room for 2 prosecutors in a family, just not this family. And why's that? Jared asked. Are you jealous? Of course I'm not jealous. Then what is it? Are you nervous? Intimidated? Worried I'll steal your thunder? Listen, lover boy, you couldn't steal my thunder if you were knee-deep in a kiddie pool sucking on a lightning rod. Do you realize how many Freudian references you just made in that one statement? Don't try to change the subject. I'm not the pushover I used to be, Sara said. She grabbed the small device that controlled the positioning of Jared's hospital mattress. If you're not nice to me, I'll fold you up in that Craftmatic adjustable bed before the nurses can even hear you scream. And that's supposed to scare me? Sara pushed a button on the control, and Jared's bed slowly moved into a V formation. Okay, you're not a pushover. I take it back. But that doesn't mean I can't be a prosecutor. I never said you couldn't. And if you really want to join my office, I'm not going to stand in your way. Jared stared suspiciously at his wife. You're not? I already got what I want. We both did. So you'll love me even if I'm a prosecutor? Jared asked. Yep. And you'll love me even if I go back to defense work? Yep. Then I win either way, don't I? It was never about winning. I know that. I just want to make sure we're back. She moved closer and kissed him lightly on the forehead. Jared, even with everything that happened, we never left. Laying her hand on the nape of his neck, she looked him in the eyes. That's when she saw her husband, as she used to see him, as she'd always see him. Lucky for us, Sara said. Some things are permanent. At that moment, there was a soft knock on the door. A man in a black double-breasted suit stuck his head in and said, Mr. Lynch, I'm Richard Rubin, assistant to the mayor. Can I come in? Sure, Jared said, smoothing his hair. Carrying an empty glass vase, Rubin headed straight for Jared's nightstand. He hid the jar of pickles under the bed, dumped Jared's wristwatch in a drawer, and brushed Jared's discarded notes into the garbage. As he put the vase on the nightstand, he explained, The mayor's bringing flowers. He then walked over to the window and pulled open the blinds, filling the room with a blinding shot of sunlight. He's waiting down the hall with the news crews. We want the first shot to be of him walking into your room. How spontaneous, Sara said. Rubin didn't flinch. He headed for Jared's bed and tucked the sheets meticulously under the mattress. When he was done, he stepped away from the bed and surveyed the scene. He then looked at Sara and Jared. "So, are you two all set to go?" Jared turned to his wife and smiled.
Dead Even, written by Brad Meltzer and read by Scott Brick. Produced and directed by Linda Korn. Post-production by JCT Audio Designs. Production supervised